Hello there.
Well, hello there. Hope you're doing well.
Wow. Hey everyone. And there's Wick, and there's Pythos. Hope you're doing well. Damn, you are late, yeah? Like only 10 minutes early. I will want you as well, my friend. Alright, everything should be A-okay right now. Good. Alright. So we got our legendary ore production to work yesterday. So today we will be seeing about how many of our legendary Gamba machines we can replace by just making stuff directly to legendary. Change the scene. Do the dance. Start the game. Carlos is saying, morning, did you know that chemical plants are output limited? No, I did not know that. Sounds tragic. That's the fairground. Those cars on Mars. Chemical plants can only output 12,000 liquid per minute. I want OBS. There you go. Per second, sorry, yeah. Is that a limitation of the plant? Or the pipe? I wonder. They got two pipes. Are they both inputting in the same pipe? It's the output? Okay, yeah. Weird. I did not know that. And earlier today, my God, this cable mess. We're gonna clean up Aquila at some point, but that point is not now. But the most important thing is this: all of this is working. We're making all of these, which is good. Anyway, we're favoring this shit for ice, because that water's hanging out. But okay, I have. Let's not stand too close to that. It's too loud. Some visualizations here. Oh, and I think the weird thing is the offset should not be affecting. And yet they are. Because I want to make a fast version of the brain. Oh no! Wow, I like it. I like puns and I like cheese. Two lovely things in one, like a sandwich. And that in particular is, in my opinion, just also a really fun example of, so we say, silly puns. Right, so this is my RGB brain right now. It won't work here, because, of course not. Did you hear it? I did. Did you? Yeah. You didn't hear it on the stream. Okay, thank you for letting me know. So, Wavelink has upped a fuck again. Yes, it has. Why would... No. Wait, no, that's correct. Good test. It is. Because it works because people keep on using it. Blame Windows. Yes, I usually would. But I have to blame Windows. Not this morning was asking, hey, do you want to make Firefox your like default browser? I'm like, it is. Why are you asking this? I mean, and then I realized, that means they fucked with the settings again. Windows, why does Windows keep doing this? Why do you keep on changing people's settings without asking? That's why no one likes you, Windows. That's why everyone's just waiting, desperately hoping for the Steam machine to come. Because once the GameCube enters the market, that will open up, Linux for the everyday man. And I am nerd enough that I am very much interested in and also just spending the time to learning Linux properly. But I also find the idea of the GameCube to be just fascinating. My sound settings is updated without asking. Forced shutdown when I was asleep. Okay, and the annoying thing is everything should be going through Wavelink, which means, okay, so I'm going to do sorry everyone, quick look at my actual settings then. And all I can imagine is that they're all desperately trying to just fuck with me. Yes, that is absolutely not. It has changed my default output into one that is not going out to stream because it's meant for me and my own sort of notification from when chat happens. I'm like, oh, that's totally your default output now. Of all the options, you chose that one. Now, your default should be going to Wavelink system for now. Well, hello there, Ripper County. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so we changed the default there. Now, speakerbot is on. I can hear speakerbot, so okay, let's do a quick test here.
Test.
Did you guys hear that one though? The speakerbot on my end did say that it should have worked. You heard it? Okay. Very weird.
Did you hear about the explosion at the cheese factory? Debris was everywhere. I'm sorry, that was a cheesy pun. I'm a Munster. I bet you Swiss I would stop, but you have to admit it was pretty Gouda, so don't be blue.
There we go. Nice fun little cheesy pun. Heard the way it was intended. And yeah, hashtag thanks Windows. Yeah, because it makes them weird.
SPCE ship is so spaceship that it's very spaceship, and spaceship is spaceship. So it's iSpaceship. And also spaceship in IDK, but it's for sure iSpaceship.
I don't know why it says A is I, but have to do it. Hey, no worries, Bacondi. That's what the TTS is there for. People having fun. Okay, so the timing here is different. And the thing is, everything should work just fine if we change. But we can't do it with this setup because this one will always just add 1. Oh wait, no, yes I can. I just change this to 4. So this goes well, but then the offsets for the blue are all fucked. Now blue's very first offset here is for 255. Next one is for 1020. Now positive 255. . 255 . 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 2 Yeah, wait a minute. I should like always be wrong, actually. Should be 510. Yeah, these are working. That's very odd. So, okay, let's have a look see here. Now, this one I made... Yeah, I also changed that one. And then I changed this one to...
Did you hear that the Green Bay Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to merge to make one team next season? They're going to be called the Tampax. I don't think they'll be any good, though. They'll be great for one period and have no second string.
Nice one. Alright, but I'm also wondering, like, why... Technically, the offsets I'm putting here shouldn't be here. These are the correct values. 255 is wrong. So this one is... Maybe it's hiding the fact that it's not working? No, wait, no, you're at 510. Oh, I've been looking at the wrong numbers when I set it up. But the thing is, now, the fast version should be able to do that. Because I should be, in theory, able to change this to even, like, 8. Now, if we look here... Yeah, the reds aren't connected. Okay, at this speed, yeah, the shifts become a bit too dramatic. Like the speed at which because now when we increase the number here, we are also increasing. So we're increasing the angle at which the signal is like speeding up, which also means the negative going down. So they go from full to empty, from 255 to 0 very quickly, or the other way around. But then they spend an equal amount of like twice that time at maximum brightness and minimum. Because it should be that one of them, see, like the red color should reach maximum. See, and so like when this is on at full power, that's when, blue goes down and green goes up, and these should be, changing over at 0. Actually, no, it looks... Out of
Good evening, Hanu.
Ooh. Good evening now, Striker. I hope you're doing well. I got distracted by the lamps again. There we go. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind. I got distracted by the lamps. Now, if we do it like this, so there should be, in theory, a signal now snaking through it all. Okay, yeah. But if it goes like this, okay, the lamps aren't actually slowing down the signal at all. So now that has been confirmed. So if we want a proper wave effect, we're gonna need these arithmetic combinators in between. Which is odd, because I could have sworn... Oh, no, these are just going through. So this is the signal I'm sending through the radar, which is the... with a speed of 4. Now this one has a speed of 8. And these are here spinning around with a speed of... Oh, no, same speed as that one. RGB will do that. It's very true. Lamps. What is he just gonna do when he just type... Well, I'm gonna record it. You can try it out, see what happens. It's a great joke to say when your American friends are talking too much about their fancy football teams. Yeah. When display. That takes a bit more complex math. It could be fun to do. But not today. Now what I really wanted to do was find one that goes slightly faster like this. And okay, and also, so this means now the offsets are fixed here. So this one is working with the old one, so we now change the old combinator from here from 4 to 8, and it should work just fine. And now you see, now with the extra speed, now these guys slowing them down the signals a little bit. Now it's even more like evidence. So I want to say if this kind of effect to be happening, and I was wondering like how, like what if, can I put down inserters? Like, does he have to be the math? I wouldn't be surprised if it has to be the math. We're gonna see if it does. So like if you go... Oh, you're not supposed to be linked in here. So I kind of want to, so I'm wondering, okay, so I have to do this for like every line. Did this collapse? Oh no! Alright, let me check. Oh. Yes, it did. There was an error speaking TTS status code is invalid argument detail. This request contains sentences that are too long. Consider splitting up long sentences with sentence endings with punctuation. Yeah, someone wants to see what I'm seeing. There we see the last one there. Okay. So, interesting. Now that means I'm gonna have to add some logic there, don't I? To my, because I'm using speaker bots and I'm just sending whatever you guys are writing the TTS over to a thing. If I'm a channel points, let me test again with the list A. Yeah, sure. Wait, how did I do that? Now let's see. No? Wait, how do I redeem points? Here we go. I've never done that. Sorry, everyone. Trying to figure out like how do I? Okay, let's look at the. No. I'm sorry if there are any streamers in chat. If you know how to give me a hint on like how exactly do I refund the channel points? I don't see the. I don't understand. I'm looking at the. Yeah, stream marker. But thank you, by the way. I mean it as honestly because this is revealing to me my own ignorance.
Impro. Lee was Battisti Great Sabbath transfers
See, it's reading like it breaks the TTS sometimes. I think it's funny because it's the logic is being inputting these information for the machine, and the TTS reads that too, which is weird because the TTS is doing all of it.
I'm spacking ESDN den Trein. Because Saga sort of bleed more.
So it's got a overflow issue. I think that's kind of funny. Ooh, we got research done. More blue chippies. Shield merge tolerance. Run monet. No. No. Yeah, the annoying thing is because it feels like okay, I should be able to like just click the thing here on the actual freaking Twitch side here and like okay, can I like refund this thing somehow? But all I can do is report. I'm like, no, this is not terrorism. I want to give them the points back actually. On guide, I think. Ooh, thank you, Picotti. Not seeing anything here either. Let's watch it. Oh, is it the video? Nah, I'm not gonna watch no videos right now. So let's do just quickly here. I'm gonna just Google this shit. Okay, there's a review request skill. Ah. There's an entire queue system here that I was not even aware of. There we go. Thank you. I didn't know this was a thing. Other than that, everything's okay.
Agree this A, B, basically had a heart. Den. Added BDA of other days. Letter day to be in over those B's. He's Surrey to the Selim of wine. It's a liberate one failong, melodied, Selim and Odeberry. The little chorus the hard bonnetu
He broke it.
on outsocks. He as a forest the dad making success to collect to be legally post speed, like in Pyre still fairly is breezing 510 to Kyres, which truly love if huge to a livingers again. Conspit.
That's hilarious. I have no idea what the heck just happened there. So, I'm gonna have a quick look-see here at Action Queue. Because I'm just asking from Google Cloud's TTS service, and they use this like run real-time like chatbots and things, like helplines. So let's see here. Let's see if that does anything.
AA.
Well, it's closer to what it's supposed to say. But that's wild. I tried to add quotes around it. Okay, so then we'll do another one. We've now added quotes around it, so now I only want to know if it'll read the entire like normal text normally. Because if it shortens all of that, I'm okay with this.
Did you hear that the Green Bay Packers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to merge to make one team next season?
Okay, so
They're
far
gonna be
so
called
good.
the Tam Packs. I don't think they'll be any good though. They'll be great for one period and have no second string.
So I was thinking, like, if we're just sending the raw input, how about we send the raw input, but we add quotes on the outside of it, and send that to the TTS system. I haven't gotten any like guidance to give that, do that, but that usually helps a computer understand that this is the string by adding quotes, because that is how that's like it's pretty much standard way to do it. But thank you. I'm gonna give you those points back as well. And then I'm going to click here on complete all. I didn't know that was a thing. So I have all these like requests apparently that I should have been saying okay for. Oh well, things were working. So back to the game. So we got fancy lights. And the faster we make it, the more these... Actually, yeah, they see that was... Okay, so that was with like speed now 8. How will we double that as even further? We put that into 16. Okay, fantastic. Remember when I first time I tried to speed it up, I had like manually adjust some of the offsets, and it turns out, yeah, that it was just a question of my original offsets were wrong. Because now it works freaking perfectly. I've been like trying to like figure out like it's there like an algorithm here, but everything looks like it should work as intended, and it turns out it does. And the fun thing is, I wonder if I could... No, wait, no, I can't because they're all offset. I'd have to add in... a third version of everything. Because I was wondering, like, could I have them like they go through every color and then they also go white? But that would mean... Because right now they're all following the same sort of upward angle from, like, counter goes from 0... Whoa. Sorry about that. 0 up. I was so goddamn confused when it said some random stuff when I spammed A. I know, Ripper County, me too. It's not the first time he's done, like, says some random stuff, but that was, like, the most I've heard. And yeah, I'm assuming it is because it's sending in the raw input as it gets into the TTS system, and then there to SpeakerBot. SpeakerBot is using the TTS system from Google Cloud to transform that raw input into text. And I'm assuming it is, yeah, because there in between the computer adds big bits of text to be so the different systems can communicate it with each other outside of the text you gave. And I'm assuming that's the problem, is because they weren't within quotes, so sometimes it goes out of bounds. Because that is an issue with when I was coding in C and so on. It was very important to make sure you don't never allow a code to go out of bounds, because that is the kind of stuff that'll cause very severe bugs and or extremely serious security risks. Because that is how you do like HTML, like, well, not HTML, but like JavaScript injection scripts and so on. Because then you can make stuff happen where you're not supposed to make stuff happen. So I think that me adding now those quotes around it should fix that. In C, violation of memory access is a feature. Wait, it is. Like for the engineer, but not in the end product. So it's up to the engineer to make sure that your shit is safe. But hey, my RGB systems are working quite nice, and the faster we make it, the more dramatic the wave effects are, and with just adding a few ticks of slowdown per wave. Now the question is, how do we add all of this? Because I was hoping we could do something similar with these, but sadly we can't. And the fun thing is, yeah, we can do this with the singular one, and I'm going in like bits of 8 because I don't know, feels fun. So now these two are doing the same thing. Actually, they're all now in the same time. Yeah, but when they all like just go here, it doesn't look quite as fun as if we get the wave effect. So this is the effect I want on the Space Casino. Speaking of the Space Casino, how's it been doing? Because we've been like just mucking about here. Oh. It can't go a casino in because Fulgora has too much legendary iron ore. You requested, what, 20,000? We can double that. No, let's triple that. Turn that to 30k. And then hopefully that'll let the Space Casino go. Yeah, because I want to make the Space Casino garish. That's the thing. I just want it to be just tastelessly wonderful. Hello there, Miniomi. Hope you're doing well. What would happen with a link? Oh, currently links shouldn't do anything, because that is not up to me. That should be up to Google to deal with it. And there's some random person insulting me on Steam, and I have no idea who it is. But beside that, I'm good. I love it when that happens, when random people insult you. It's more likely now, you know, seeing as I'm more publicly on the internet. But sometimes people go like, "Oh, you bastard." I'm like, "Who are you?" You know, it's like the scene from Guardians of the Galaxy, you know. Ooh, Space Lord. How's the legendary mech armor coming along? I don't know. Let's see. I think we have one. Trying to make one here somewhere. We can look at the Fulgora one, because this one is also here trying to make some... We desperately need to work on Fulgora, though. See, nothing's happening here. But that's also because this is the old legendary maker, or Workatron, but yeah, we need... It has everything except the power armors. We don't have the power armors because we don't have electric engine units. So greater than normal goes here. That's true. But technically, for this spin along, we don't want any of that. We only want one machine making normal Mark IIs, and then this thing could gamble them forth. We could do a Gambatron version, doing the same thing. Why are you unhappy? You don't have enough quality 2s? Enough quality 1s? We're out of green chips. All the chips to run out of, it's a green. Ooh. Not unexpected. Okay, we are now making so much more space because I put in a concrete destroying machine, which should be driven by logic as well. Yeah, we disable this one if we have more than 50,000. Then I want you to bring in 4,000 of these, then they get brought in, and then they get freaking destroyed. So that has saved Bullshit Island for a little bit. Holmium plate. Frankly, I'm thinking about on like Bullshit Island, we're gonna remove the productivity ones and the speed ones and maybe start just making quality holmium plate. But then again, this is the only place we're making the science right now, and we're kind of running low on that, but that's okay. Now, we were also trying to make legendary armor on this island at one point. We are making some legendary recyclers, so that's nice. Oh, right. Oop. Let's just do trash unrequested completely here. Fuck off. Oh yeah, that was the reason also why we were waiting on that, because this thing got filled up. You got too many chests, you got too many... There you go. This is making random qualities of steel. This guy's doing their best. Here we also have a rock remover. Also driven by logic, I think. Yeah, enable and disable if we got less than 50k. So, yeah, that shit works. Can I fit another Gamba Wamba machine here, I wonder? The Mark II? Oh, answer is yes. Because there should be a few Mark power armors lying around from earlier attempts. So that thing can then keep on doing its thing. Gotta go by. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Ripper County. I appreciate it. And thanks for the help, actually. That really did help me. Because, you know, if it's like, you know, why I make a lot of statements that I know most likely are wrong or could be wrong. Because if I don't, you know, expose my ignorance, well, then I'll never learn. I'll never get corrected. The same thing with any issues in the stream. If you don't, if you wonderful people don't help me discover those issues, I can't fix the said issues either. There's only so many things that I can be aware of. So yeah, in a very, very honest and real way, thank you. It really, truly, honestly does help. We need more manufacturing devices. Oh, right. We can just undo this thing. This one was an experiment that never went anywhere. Oh, which both mean you gotta go. And you. And this thing will be able to maybe see we got some stuff. So the chances aren't huge, but there is some chance of making some power armor. Now you say you have. Why are you trying to make a Mark 1? Oh, because that's the default recipe, right? So you're trying to just collect everything for a Mark 1, even though you don't actually have everything for a Mark 1. So we'll make one. Okay. Ulgora has run out of assembly machines. Casino Royale. I'm gonna need you to start importing from Volcanoes. Many qualities. We should have these. Now these ones as well. Well, hello there, Squares. Hope you're doing well. Right, I don't come in friends and groups, that's the thing. Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, Miniomi. Yeah? I'm also getting, you know, friend requests from names that look like, oh, here's links and everything. Like, okay, this looks like this could be a legit person, and they're like claiming to be, you know, some pretty semi-famous streamer, and I'm like, I'm never interacted with this person. We have nothing in common. I don't think this is actually them trying to send me friend messages. I'm just gonna say no. I guess that's one of the kind of benefits of growing up in a certain era with the internet. I've learned to be extremely paranoid of anything and everything. Everything you ever see on the internet is 100% a lie. Feels awkward also. Yeah, also have that. Yeah. Sometimes it's terrifying. I mean, I feel bad. You see, my parents' generation, my mom has always been sort of tech savvy, but she never got the sort of, she would say, media literacy of the internet, of don't trust anything. So she's much better now, but I remember when I was younger, she was much more likely like, oh no, but I read this, it's gotta be true. Like, no mom, that's the internet. On the internet, everything is always 100% lies. Unless there is a lot of evidence proving the other way around. So the assumption of the internet is always it's lies. Especially nowadays. Especially with AI and everything. And it was, you know, bad enough in the day of Photoshop. The shit that they can do now is like, ooh, because they can like fart out entire scientific papers. And that's also why a scientific paper or study proves nothing. This has always been true, but especially nowadays should be even more. People need to be aware of this. A study can only prove that this is an interesting thing that should be studied more. Doesn't prove anything that actually exists, like there's no proof. Proof is a bit more... Proof requires multiple studies, a lot of evidence leaning one way, because already today we have the issue, a sort of old issue in a way, but there is the issue that, let's see first, yeah, we can on those, that many studies that exist, many studies that have been done about many things cannot be reproduced. So that means, okay, cool. So if any further studies or researchers or assumptions that were done based on, like, well, these research, like, should show that this is true, this is a factor, so on and so forth. And now it looks like, nope, they were all wrong. Okay, that should be enough. They all lied. Or more like, it's not that they lied, but it turns out like, well, the numbers were a little different, because sometimes weird shit just happens. That's just the nature of the game, you know? Everyone is AI. Yes, on the internet, everyone is an AI. Just like it's an old truth of the internet. On the internet, no one knows you're actually a dog. That was true then, and so much more true now. Favorite quote about this is, on the internet, nobody knows you're a potato. Yes, Sankira. Yes. A more wholesome way to view it. It is time from before the AI. Yeah, on the internet, no one knows you're a potato, dog, and cat. Anything. That was the joke behind it. That was also supposed to be the more wholesome and funnier way of saying, rather than the more, should we say, stalky vibes you could put into it. Ooh, see, we can do it this way. See, these are now linked, and I want you to be not... You're reading the contents. Perfect. Enable, disable, if Power Mark 2 is less than 1. To this one. Set request. Read ingredients. Leave this one as... No, we'll see. We'll remove these completely. So there's no point in putting a Power Mark 2 anywhere else except in here. And only if there isn't one inside there already. That should keep this thing spinning. Once Casino Royale gets here, it has arrived. Dump those two, friendo. Again, not what we're supposed to do, but, you know, someone asked a question, and now we go on with on the sidetrack. It happens. Yeah. Alright, I made this one just legendary so that it'll, you know, be able to produce shit as fast as possible without us having to really increase the power consumption. Because I do believe, yeah, my legendary version of a thing becomes better, but without the negatives that come from, say, modules like power consumption. So it just crafting speed goes up. That's the only thing. And hopefully this will work. I do believe we should have... Now, Casino Royale, I will also need you... to start retrieving 500 electrical engines at a time from Volcanus. Jump to Fulgora. Go here. Yeah. As the people with more expertise can see and can most likely tell, no, I have not designed anything with any kind of UPS in mind. Everything just kind of works. Have to go now. Have fun, Factorio. Hey, thanks for coming by, Miniomi. Always a pleasure to hear from you. It's almost noon, so also. That's why maybe later I can join back. Yeah. It's only around 10:30 a.m. here. I should be going for, another 7 to 8 hours. I hope you have a lovely day, friend. Yeah, outputting here. I think we got along some legendary lightning collectors and stuff. Neat. And here as well, did we successfully... Yeah. I need to make a version of this one. The Gamba machines with...
Hello there.
Well, hello there, Duckfang. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I did a couple of versions where it's like, in case of liquid, do this. And... that will just require some manual mucking about. And then the rebalancing system as well. The ones we made on Volcanus. Okay, so who is run out of space? It's, of course, Stay Frosty. Hanging out on Buglebus. I'm a Gleeber. I would could leave her if I tried. Oh. 4,800. And... fine, we'll just change that to 4,500 and we're good to go. Because we go through mostly we go through a lot of these. I think we can almost stop bringing in more supercapacitors. The fusion power cells we were kind of exporting through this guy. I'm gonna change that number back to... we can make it 50 actually. And yeah, otherwise, friend here is doing okay. Now the HSS Profit keeps on going, keeps on flying, keeps on mining. How are the... And the grabby boys are grabbing. It has not clogged up. I've been on here now for like for 50 minutes. And everything's working as it should. Beautiful. Just finished up my weekly Terraria session. Ooh, nice. Going well. How about you? I'm having a very pleasant morning. Things are working out. We've been also mucking about. We've been fixing up some TTS issues with that I was suspecting, but I hadn't really realized how bad they could get. Thank you again, Ripper County. And this thing gets by stress tested by me just like hanging out and not really doing much. And what else? And the good thing is this one cannot go through an entire stack of fuel before it gets filled out. So that's why we have this thing at a nice minimum of 50. And we add that in the interrupt here. So that in case you have less than 40, yeah, 50 or more. I could have, man, I'm dumb. See, we can do that to 50 and not greater than, but we do greater than or equal. So that in case we have somehow end up with exactly 50, that's still good enough. So we wait to make sure we have enough fuel on board and the cargo has been emptied. I have been considering making some changes in my balancing here. Because right now we're maintaining carbon levels here just so we can turn all of our sulfur into coal, which is a-okay. We're getting mostly iron, so that is the trigger effect here. But I am realizing, well, there are some recipes that want sulfur as well, so you might want to grab some of those. And for some reason, I love when people mention that they're in a different time zone. I feel so connected. I agree, Sankira. It's a similar. I would put it in the same class of experiences as when I look up at the moon, because I like it when I can like look at the moon and really get a sense of scale. Like you realize that is a ball, that is a sphere, that is humongous, that is insanely huge, and it is so freaking far away. And that helped me sort of like see my own, I don't know, place in the world. Gives you perspective, if you will. And I feel like time zones, when people like mention them, fall under the same what's the word, umbrella? Yeah, but time zone stuff can very much feel the same, because that also helps you realize, like, wait, I'm on a planet with everyone else, and we are in different places, and the sun is like literally in different places of the sky, and that sort of like broadens your, at least for me, it feels like it broadens my mind in the sense of it fits more, because now it has to fit the world and the time zones and the people, rather than just me and like this tiny room I'm in. Because that is often when I find, well, stress and other difficult times start feeling very difficult, is when you can't sort of get out of the little space you're stuck in. So broadening your horizons every now and then, getting a little bit of a different kind of point of view can really help. For me, often, it is looking at the moon and on a night clear sky, looking at stars and that kind of stuff, because it's, you know, feels good. Makes you feel small, but in a good way. Makes the world feel big. And then, yes, time zones. Wonderful. But a weekly Terraria session sounds fun. I really should get back to. I played through Terraria, but not many years ago, and it is just a different beast of a game. I'm a little afraid of getting into it. I tried it a little bit a week ago, and I was honestly a little. What's the word? Like, I wouldn't say worried, but a little bit like, you know, like surprised by like, oh, what? Like, oh, all these crafting options, but like, so many of it was just, hey, look at all these cosmetics. I'm like, neat, but how do I progress? That felt a little weird because it wasn't that cosmetic sort of heavy when I played it last. Okay, cool. So every time you stop, just go past volcanoes. Oh no. Okay, this one actually got triggered. That is neat. No idea why we were requesting foundries. We ain't gonna do shit with those in space. So we can send those back. And we can turn that one off as well. So yeah, here with the RGB lights, but they all switch at the same time. So if we look at the Quillo system here, we're gonna need... Right, we copied the brain here, so we need to change the offsets for the blue, pretty much. Which is just that the negative starts at 510, and the positive is offset by 1020. So we'll look at, not Stay Frosty, but the HSS Profit. And here's the blue. Right, that's why I had those offsets be all weird, because the other ones are getting a different kind of offsets, because they have to take into account that they get an extra plus 255 at the back end to push them back. But the blue ain't doing that, so the blue should have like the sort of quote-unquote correct numbers to begin with. Okay, so now we see how will this affect your standard RGB experience though. So this one has not been then sped up though. So it was just the fact that the old RGB was so slow that it sort of hid the fact that the blue wave was out of sync. But okay, so this means that if you want the RGB effect to be a sort of wavy one, then we gotta figure out a way to hide a bunch of mathy boys in the corner somewhere. And then we'll have the waves of lights. And I want them to go like from the front backwards, so we got a, like, you know, forward going vibe to it. We're gonna need as many mathy boys as we have rows of lamps though. Now we can hook up the signals through the crushers pretty much just fine, because they got no logic happening in, and they shouldn't give a shit about red, green, blue signals flowing through them either. Worst case scenario, we can put in some... it sounds so fun when it just like stops and starts again. You know, it doesn't even wait, just blasts off. It's party time. Oh. Yeah, these are here like more like emergency systems, okay. These are all linked together, so that is 2. Yeah, we're gonna undo that. These are linked this way. This is actually what I want. Now that is a lot. How many signals would this be? 52. Now we can do a single one per, I guess, easily enough. Also be a little bit more tricky. Answer is anything plus 0 output each. There you go. We connect greens there. There we go. A little more than decent coverage. Yeah, come on. Now these are like just pretty much emergency lasers. Now we need the RGB signal to reach here. Okay, well for this, I guess we can just... put you there. These three are combined. There you go, standard one, and then we look at this one. Now the offsets, yeah, and on this one are fixed, and we change this timer from 1 to 16. So the size of the steps are much bigger. There you go, there you go. Oh, it's so gaudy. Oh, hey, it's my keyboard. Hey there, I see Nick. Nice, thank you. Yep. That's the idea, you know, because it's the Space Casino. It should be gaudy and horrifying. So we have one of these. And see, because these are all... I wonder if it would be... because it would be neat if we could just somehow... like do all of these signals once, but the thing is then we'd have to have all of these individually feeding into every lamp on the other side as well. And frankly, I think it'll be easier to just copy paste this and have a separate... okay, we can have one brain doing the math for the actual RGB, and then we'll just have these lines of lamps and the bits slowing them down. Basically a space strip club, yep. I mean, that is what it is, see? Because we are strip mining the space, aren't we? Sparkly, needs more lights. Exactly. And we're not going to do it now, but it is on the... It could be fun to try to-do list is still the figuring out... We made small changes, so we'll have to go all the way from here to there. No. Hey! Our rock input is also becoming a... The hell? Copy paste that shit. Oh, right, because there used to be that weird spinny bit. Oh, yeah. Okay. My mistake. So that fixed that issue. This will get fixed once you just go visit. Okay, if I leave you there. Now we're supposed to at least try to get something sensible done today. So we won't go too nuts with the lines this time. Next, now these are both getting the same signal as these. And with the way these are linked, we could then just, in theory, fill up even more of the empty space here. And these here are sort of the old breathing lights. Are also working just fine. But yeah, it would be fun then to try to figure out the logic for having lights that react to when these guys generate a legendary rock. Because just that would be funny. Can you share a blueprint for RGB backlighting of these things? Absolutely. First, we'll open up the blueprint book. We have the RGB lamp brain. We open this. Okay, first I'll put this timer back to 1. Then new content for the blueprint. No tiles, just these. I'm gonna save that one. And then I change this one. So this is the speed for the timer. Now, how did I do that? Where's my hacking Discord? There it is. I'm gonna put it in my Discord, the Factorio general thing, just the string itself. So yeah, there's the one-time timer, which is reading the sort of red anything signal and sending out one, and then the other stuff. So we're gonna jump in here, and there we go. So there should be a blueprint string for the RGB lamp brain. Now yeah, so how this thing works, because if we do the same one, now we jump to... I already have one here, but let's do another. I'm gonna rotate it around, and we should have... Yeah. You see, because the blue one is going in a different direction than the other ones. In like with signals, so the other ones need to have they have a plus 255 here at the end, because we're following the highest number, and when it switches from one signal to another, the signals are at their peak. So that's why we have to have the plus 255 here, so that when the flip happens, then your default value will be a full red. Whereas the blue, we're following the lowest number. So when the flip happens from one signal to another, it will be below zero technically, but it'll be at a zero value. So the blue will be off anyway, so it won't flicker because it's already off. So we don't need that one. And for this one, somehow, even if we get getting two separate signals, which they have to be, because we can't compare a blue signal to a blue signal without everything just smashing them into one giant blue signal. So this one can somehow output a blue signal, but only in this setup. The other ones I need to have the plus here, and they make hardcode the output to be green. Now, let's see, put in a lamp. So here we see top left one here with the everything. Because see, this one is what determines, it outputs a value of 1. You see, if we turn off the input counter, then it remains at 1. It'll never increase. So we have a separate one outputting the input count. So it's because your basic old school clock used to have a constant combinator and a comparison doing this thing. A decider, which is what I've been doing so far, until I was yesterday morning saw a blueprint where someone had done this solution, and I realized, wait, okay, cool. Nowadays we can do this with only one, because if everything is, you see here, because we're looking at if everything is less than our target value, which for us is the constant number 1530, which was calculated to be 6 times 255. 255 is the value between 0 and like maximum for an RGB value for the color. And that fits 6 times in the waves that we're trying to symbolize. I still don't know if you guys can see this. The pencil. No, it's too bright. Yeah, my lamps are too bright, so white paper. But yeah, I just sort of drew some graphs, tried to figure out, find out the ratios, and that's why I sort of realized, like, wait, no, I'm overcomplicating it. One of my offsets was wrong. That's why I had kept on having to fix it. So, sinusoidal math is math in progress. Yeah. And there, Lord Emperor Posh King Marzo. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. So this one is just neat that we can have an inbuilt one piece clock, self-resetting. So yeah, we're looking at, so we have one signal going up, and from that then we add offsets to it by having minusing the distances they would need to be from each other, so that we have 3 waves equidistant. Now in this one we're on top of that for red and green, removing an extra 255, because we're adding the extra 255 here at the end. So to make sure that like I said, when we switch the selector who is choosing here in ascending order, so we'll always choose the smaller number, no, the higher number, smaller number. See, there we switched over, and now it goes down. And there, when it switched between the green signal and the G signal, there's a flicker. That's why we had the extra 255 minus there earlier on and added at the end. We'll see it. There we go. Oh. Actually, we don't really see it there. Okay, because we mouse over it like this, so sometimes yeah, we do actually see the. Oh yeah, move these around, yeah, just for like space reasons. I should probably move these two around. Oh, it doesn't really matter in which order they are. And here we... Oh yeah, because I'm using red as it starts at 0. So we remove 255 from the red. And 765. Oh yeah, because yeah, these are creating the up signals, these are creating the down signals, and then we compare. And then this one is adds the 255. Because this one then translates, it doesn't remember which signal comes in. We output it as a proper red signal. And then these 3 is red, green, blue. I should have added to the blueprint, I guess, these. Use colors, color components. Because here we see the individual signals, and if we combine the signals, then we get the RGB backlighting. I didn't know there was a way to make a clock with just a decider. Been doing it the old school way without thinking all this time. Same here, Lord Emperor. I learned about it yesterday. Or was it the day before? I think it was yesterday morning when I just saw a blueprint. Someone mentioned it. Oh, turn off during daytime. Yeah, always on as well. Yeah, it's because it's from the newer signals. It's the everything one because it is true when there are no inputs, and that's how it will always output at least the 1. Because I saw this thing. Well, I saw it in this kind of like setting with the alt on, and I realized, wait, that's the clock. How is it only 1? Then I remembered, oh yeah, everything is true when there are no inputs. So it always starts itself, but then I was mucking about for a little bit, wondering why isn't this working? Because I did the thing as you usually do, where you have just the input count. Then I realized, because this thing, okay, so this will only keep on inputting the 1, unless we have a separately. See, this will reach the end, and then see now it does nothing. So this is true, but we can't input count because there's nothing coming in. So we need to have both the generator of giving the constant 1 signal and the input count both in the same one. So this output used to be the constant combinator on the outside. We can now put it inside here thanks to the everything wildcard. Because that way it'll always be true enough to output 1, which will then cause the clock loop to start going again. It reaches its end. This one is no longer true, and then this one just makes sure that it has that 1 coming in for the input count to work. Thou shalt add 1 and feed the output back into the input like God intended. Yep. Now, no worries, RZ Nick. And if you have any other questions about the RGB thing, just let me know. And yeah, because this one is inputting the 1. So like I said, if you want to influence the speed, you change this number. Because this is the size of the step we take every tick. Is it like 1? Which is then you have your smooth moves every tick. I've been using just even numbers because, tickles my brain, right? But yeah, you can use, like here, we have 7, we could make it be steps of 10. Because when it moves fast, it doesn't really matter if we don't hit exactly 255 or something. We don't hit the peaks. Especially because the peaks and the negatives are happening outside the maximum and minimum range of the lamp. So it doesn't matter because the value can't go above 255 and it can't go below 0. So the lamp is sort of an inbuilt automatic clamp for the value in that sense. If people are more familiar with those terms. So a value of 600, the lamp will automatically from the lamp's point of view, that's 255. A negative value, well, that's equals 0. So that way I don't have to manually make sure the signal stays within the allowed bounds. And yeah, and now the ratio should be fine. So you should be able to change the speed to just sort of whatever. 7,000, that'll be a little weird. Oh, 600, see now because we are way out. Now it's off or on. Okay, so you can't go above 255, but 70. Now I got Well, we got them disco lights. That is actually kind of funny. Now we just need the freaking caramel dance. 254. I think that would be the same. If the closer you go to 200, see now there's 2 steps. There's in between and maxed out for every signal. And we do 255. Same effect. 254 similarly. But there's still 3 waves, so you still see it going through at least some of the colors, but mostly it's just white. You see 100 allows us to see a little bit of the color, because now it allows every wave to move a little bit separately from each other. So limited by 60 UPS. 254 would be very similar to just 1. Okay, what do I know? It's just police lights. Yeah, very true. And the 60 UPS, I think you mean probably like the FPS, but yeah. Oh, right. Okay, that's it. Yeah, 60 UPS. That's very true, because every single step happens every 60th of a second. So there's 60 steps in a second. That is the size of the tick in game, so or UPS. And as people like to talk about it, that's where 1 will take 1/60 of a second. Then if we turn this value to 60. Oh wait, no, it's yeah, we can't do that. It's still the same. But yeah, it's still like what size of? So now it is 60 seconds a second. The speed at which it goes, which is relatively. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello there, TKO Heckin' Boom. How you doing? Hey yo, hey there, Boom. Are we doing well? We're looking at maths and blinky lights. Because we're talking about the math behind making a single signal go up, and the offsets to make RGB values do breathing RGB light effects. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hi, those that don't know me, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer, and hopelessly addicted to Factorio lately. Give me a quick sec. And those who don't know.
Got the RGB thing working, it seems.
Yes, hello there, Tourmalines. Yes, it's working quite well. See, this is the entire brain I made. We have 2 signals that we are using comparisons to always get the smaller number, so we're following a value go up, and then the other downgoing signal intersects, and then we get the downgoing signal. And that way we have 2 waves we're following as they go up. And with the blue, we're doing the opposites of we want any value that's above 0 pretty much, because we are following it's letting it go down, and then following it as it goes up, so that we have a smoothly flowing wave. And that's a smaller effect. And then we were discussing the fact that this clock, I can change the size of the step it takes every tick. So we can then have it go in a sort of nice, sort of slightly more smooth fashion. I think I have a version of it doing that here. And these are things in between that I just put in to slow down the signal. So we have a bit of a wave effect. Now the wave here is happening at a much slower pace, so you can't really see it. Here's another visualizing, because we see the individual waves, the values go up and down in turn, and how that is then translated into an RGB signal. Oh, we can make it go faster, like we do in the HSS Prophet, and we can have cool little wave effects. Because every single one is doing a math of adding +0, which slows down the signal by 1 single tick. And it happens between every light, and that is how you get a wave effect. Because if the math, these guys here weren't just there to waste time, well, every light will change color at the same time. But because between every row there's that one guy just wasting time, then the next light will be changing a little slower, and the next one a little slower, and then you have a wave effect. I'm Sankira, son of my father, and I'm going to shop. Be back in an hour or 2. And thank you, Sankira, for coming by. And I hope you have a lovely time at the shops. Son of a mother. But I'm glad I got that to work. And especially because there was one point I was annoyed about that I have to like keep on like manually shifting a few numbers, and it turns out, yeah, my offset for the blue color was just wrong. Now you can just change the speed and it'll always work. The offsets are done. Vulcanus, a planet renowned for heavy industry and RGB lighting with sinusoidal waveforms, apparently. Absolutely. I swear I used to love maths. Yeah, what happens. And yeah, if someone's interested, I posted the blueprint script, or like string, as Factorio does things, on the Factorio general board on the Discord for this little brain unit, which is what makes all this happen. And yeah, if you want the waves, you just gotta remember to have one math unit adding +0 in between every sort of row. Because you can then have a large row of lights, pretty much, all going down in a wave. You just need to have these guys wasting time in between. I love in math when it's applied mathematics. That is very true. Applied mathematics is the one that makes it really fun. Like here. Okay, you're hanging out. Why are you hanging out? Because you can't get rid of all your cargo because Vulcanus here isn't going through it fast enough. But okay, we have now made this thing work. Yeah, you're the old one. And in fact, let's see, this is the new one. So I'm gonna see about separating these from each other so then we can see all that move, and I'll change this value back to 1. And here we see value of red goes down, value of green goes up. And then when this hits 0, then blue will start increasing. Then I'll look at my brain here, select new content. There. Just so that I can then share the new version here, but because I just think it might be handy to have to make sure that it's just visually clear what it's doing and why. And here, because then when you combine these signals for red, green, and blue, that's when you get the, well, RGB. But okay, we've been collecting a whole bunch of legendary stuff. Legendary raw materials. In a silly way. What all do we need to make a cargo bay? Steel, blue chips, and low density structures. Well, we're already making legendary plastic here. Now we already have so much. Alright, so but surely we're getting more. Now, did I make... Okay, no legendary LDS anywhere sort of yet. And these guys, well, they're doing their best. They're having fun. Copper plates are maxing out. Copper wire. I think we're gonna... Let's see. Yeah, we make a factory there. There we go. We'll send the local bots out to deal with all of that. I'm off to sleep. Bye-bye. Have a good stream, mate. Thank you. Boom. Thank you for the again for the raid. Hope you had a good time. How did it go, by the way? Oh, well. You take care of yourself. Get some good rest. I was lurking a little bit, as I try to do every morning. Went great. Good night. Hey, glad to hear it. Sleep well, my friend. And if anyone doesn't know, yes, you definitely should go check out TKO Boom. Sometimes has grand adventures in Valheim, often plays a lot of Dark and Darker. Good times. Now, why do you not have enough space again? And we just gave you all the extra space. There you go. Head off to Aquilo. Yeah. So my idea is that seeing as we have the rocket stuff here, a lot of this is kind of old now. Very much. Not necessary, not that useful. Especially if we can skip the whole Gamba phase and start making shit just directly into Legendary. Then we can have three ores. We'll have iron, copper, calcite. We send all that up. Then we can turn the calcite here to legendary rock, and then we have some liquid metals. We can use that and the legendary plastic, which I guess we'll be bringing in with bots for now. And we can turn that stuff into the legendary LDS. Then yeah, we'll need sulfur here anyway. Well, there's one small one. Excellent. So we do legendary pump jacks, which I do believe we should have here. Then we'll do well, these can't actually ever run out. Which add speed. And we'll see about it'll be feeding to the right. Okay, yep. Yep. There we go. Big boy on a scout station. Now we're gonna have to upgrade our power production here at some point. Well, that is some point. This doesn't really like achieve much. But I think it's neat. Okay, because we need the sulfuric acid for some of the processes. Yes, to make the blue chips. Okay, looks like they've pretty much mostly emptied this shit out. There we go. A bunch of poison capsules we don't really care about. What are those? And looks like that's all fixed. Alright. They're doing okay. So then you filter for legendary iron ore. Alright. Filter for legendary copper ore. Legendary calcite.
Hiva Huamenta Hannison. Hope you are having a great morning, Sir.
Good morning there, Lothar.
Wave Stash.
Yeah, morning's doing good. I had a suspicion that I was overcomplicating a math issue, and I was. So now my waves work even better when the HSS Prophet has good old casino lights on the side. On both sides. Part of me is, of course, considering like, we should probably just add them all the way around here, too. God damn it, chat, you got me convinced. We're doing it. See, these guys achieve pretty much nothing. Mission accomplished. I was wondering, like, how... Yeah, then he was tasteless and tacky. I think we can make it work. Now the middle is here somewhere. You do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So these two are... the middle. A small individual one, so we'll take the most sort of nitpicking here. I just gotta make sure the signals don't get too, or that they don't get mixed. I mine legendary copper by dismantling low density structures. Have you tried that? It is an option, especially now because I can easily make my low density legendary low density structures as well. I mean, we do need those for some recipes, but some of those we could do the LDS shuffle. Of course, the LDS shuffle is, especially once you have your productivity up and everything, so you just feed it pretty much plastic. Then you got your plastic and calcite, and then you got free LDS, and then you just gamble for higher quality that way. Absolutely viable. Now, getting a signal from these all the way here, that might be a little tricky. Because we can't just put them all in the same sort of power pole or anything either. They have to remain separate. Otherwise, the wave effect won't work. Just like this guy needs to be connected all the way to that one. A radar. Well, 2 radars. I mean, the radars won't help me. So I'm getting the signal all the way from like here anyway. The problem is, it's so dense with the lamps and everything that I want this one to talk to that one. We'll figure it out. Oh, they were already fixed. Ooh. Yeah, I suspect we're gonna have to remove lights from various places. And replace them with stuff like power poles. Next, we can't do that one. So yeah, gonna need power poles somewhere here. And like for the individual lines, or then we'll just probably cut out. I think it'll be easier actually, yeah, if we cut out some of these higher lines. So in that sense, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are getting the signal from here. Lower, all of these can be probably all get their signals from here, but we'll find out when all the lamps get finished. We'll see where the sort of blockages end up being. But the good thing is, yeah, because we also can send the same signal from the left or the right, so that way we can have. Yeah, we can probably get the left side signals also. Yeah, to go all the way here. Can't reach these, I think. But yeah, we'll see when we get there. Won't think it would take too long for those. Holy Ergblade, Batman. Yeah, they're doing Juniper Skunktar. Yeah. If you can go gaudy all the way. Now, the HSS Prophet, by the way. You got... Valen plant. Well, at least they're quickly making more lamps. Yeah, I never made that many lamps. I just had like a small supply, and now they're all being sent here. In the name of tasteless light effects. Now, considering the fact that I can do this, I guess we could fill up everything here as well with lights, pretty much. Again, to a certain point where we can then have part of the signal coming in from the left, part from the right, because this is the brain, and it is sending it to the top here where it flows down, and the same one through these to the top where it flows down. So they should be in sync, because it is the same signal. Well, they're identical copies on the both sides. We'll see as these slowly but surely get built. We'll check back in a bit. Where's my... There it is. It's my legendary ores. Legendary iron, legendary calcite. And... Where was I? Here's where I was mucking about with these legendary things. You can stop requesting shit. Same for you. We already have a bunch of copper, wire, and stuff here. And some steel. All waiting and ready to go. So I can leave these here. Things will eventually claim them. In the meantime, though, seeing as these won't be getting any more things anyway. We can do that. And that. How's it going? Hey there, Carpathize. It's going pretty well. Again, ended up playing around a little bit with the lights, which was fun. Oh, actually, that is very true. I need to check on Aquila with the HSS Profits. Hey, look at that. Got nice, fast RGB systems now. Because, you know, it's the Space Casino, so it needs to have tacky, tasteless lighting. It is the only way. Actually, this is a good way to, like, see how far we can push the signal, because we can't push this one further from in here because the distances get too big. We couldn't... No. Wrong green. There we go. It's a tricky one. This one's green and that one's green, and they're like relatively close to each other. This one I can push there. This one. And this one. We would need... Okay, there's only 2 signals, which means we might be able to pull it off with a single one of these. And then a red one from you. Oh, but then now this guy can't reach. Oh, well, frankly, we could make this one an undergrounder. Okay, good. So they're not sort of... There you go. Too directly leaking through. Oh, well. That's interesting. I didn't know that would happen. Cool. Oh, okay. And we can carry a separate signal from... The lamps will only react... So I was wondering if I could figure out a way to have also a set of lamps purely react to every time we make a legendary. And I think we can make that work now, because I can use the lamps to carry information from lamp, where the lamps wouldn't react to it, because all the color information would come from somewhere else. So that way we could have one piece of information flowing to every lamp in one cable, and then have the other attached to an arm, for example, which detects this is holding on to a legendary, and while it's touching the legendary, it would react to that signal. No, that's not enough. No, because then we need to send that signal actually to a decider somewhere, which would then change the other... I have some ideas, but they don't want to work. Now... Yeah. We need to remove those. Now this one, let's connect this one to that one. So. We could do that with two. So if we remove this one, you get attached to that one, and that one, and you get attached there. And then we would need a third one, pretty much. Because that can't be reached. Yeah, so that is what I meant, that we can do something with power poles, because to bridge these longer spaces, should we want to. No, like, see this guy? All the way to there. That ain't gonna happen, so we're gonna remove you. And from this side, we see, yeah, this one can't connect all the way to the right because there's a long belt. Similarly, there's too much junk going on here. We could do it using a number of power poles. Yeah, these ones are going to be in problem, but I think it'll be easier if we just, link those. Now the majority is in a wonderfully tasteless fashion. Kind of working. Loving it. And using the same sort of wider logic, if I can just be bothered to just fiddle with it, we could cover all the free space with lamps. Oh, feels amazing, man. Ooh. Oh. Oh, it's so gaudy. Yeah, the problem here is this one should either connect all the way over there or here. Now, here ain't gonna happen. Unless we get more cargo spaces and we move them here. Damn, plastic research is not researching. Oh, that's very true. Thank you for pointing that out. It is true. Because, screw Gleba. So, let's instead... do a bunch of these. We should have everything we need for that one. See? Blast in the way. Heckin' perfect. Railgun shooting speed. Because we're gonna need to worry about that soon enough. Can't make it. This one can't make it. So if we try to do it with... I mean, we can do it with big electric poles, though. We'll do one here. Do one the signal from here. To there. No one needs those copper cables. Similarly, we could combine these, but that would mean we would need yet another pair. There you go. And none of that affects anything. I'm just silly like that sometimes. And for that one, we could do... Okay, that ain't gonna work. This one's signal would be that one. The question is, can I get these two? No, I can't. Well, there we go. Gaudy as all hell. Just the way we like it. Now forcefully dump all the ore. There we go. And that way, the casino can return to his proper task of gambling for them rocks. What have I made? Oh, horrifying. Gamba Gamba. Gamba Wamba. Gotta get those legendary rocks, eh? Okay, and what are we doing with all these legendary bits of nonsense? Well, first of all, we need to collect them and then send them up. And we'll do that by... Also, these are supposed to be holding heavy oil at some point. Well, not anymore. Like, literally, they aren't hanging on to any of it. There you go. Do your worst, friends. Or best. There we go. Yep. Part of me is thinking like, maybe I should do it with trains, and maybe we will at some point, but for now, we're gonna do crazy belty ways instead. Thinking... yeah, seems adequate enough. Imagine if legendary quality could also affect like belt speed. Like your maps would look insanely annoying because every single piece of belt would have the quality symbol next to it. There we go. There we go. Alright, so being dropped off, we arrive. What is the volcano? It is the Casino Royale. Bringing in a whole bunch of blue chippies. Yeah, this entire thing needs to be upgraded as well. That is also, yep, why we need to focus on what we're doing here in Volcanus. Glorious Space Gamba. Exactly, Juniper's Contour. Exactly. Are all your ships rectangular? Necrom 866, they are, yes. I've been building a whole bunch of space bricks. Now, the newest one, of course, would be the Gamba brick, but for this one, the rectangular makes sense. We have the... might be adding more... I think you might need more lights, though. But for this one, width was the important part, so that we can, you know, collect as many rocks as possible. This is only for Space Gamba, and we can use what we learned here for the when we finally make the Prometheum ship. which will be interesting. But mostly now with this thing, it's just collecting legendary ores and coal and that kind of stuff. And kick-ass lighting. Well, kick-ass, gaudy as shit. But then again, it's a space casino, so it's not supposed to look too cool. Like actually, it needs to have some tasteless, wonderful RGBs. But otherwise they're all bricks. And that's why I'm planning on redoing my sort of transportation network with new ships, and we're going to try to make them look a little different. I was thinking actually like boat-like design, like sharp bits in the front. Maybe see if we can get inspiration from some sci-fi stuff. And one of the things, especially with the guns and how sort of rough and raw everything is, I was considering. Oh, I want to see if I could figure out a way to make it have that vibe of what's it called now? Warhammer 40k. I like the spaceships in Warhammer 40k. We'll see, can I add some Warhammer 40k vibes to these, or make them all just a little lumpy, I guess, for some of that orky vibes as well. RTB gamer ship, awesome. Mine all end up vaguely egg-shaped. Did the Claymore landmine front bumper working at the asteroid? Well, I have no idea, because Stay Frosty still hasn't impacted anything yet. So the mines are still there. And I know we haven't needed any, because I do believe we had like 96 mines or some other like weird number. Yeah, see, 96 mines. Esin. So no mines have yet impacted with any rocks, so this ship is doing quite well. But also outdated, using freaking nuclear power when we have fusion. And some filthy fission when we could be using fusion. But yeah, we'll see if we can make some more sci-fi stuff later on. But right now we need to make that, we need some more production that makes stuff directly into legendary, which is what we're sort of hoping to achieve here. Now we have 3 outputs here, but the thing is we need a 4th one. You gotta go, friend. And I'm gonna, that's good. So we gotta cut and paste. 1 step further up. Because, yeah, we can fit 2 more. Or, of course, the legendary coal. And there you go. That should be enough. There we go. And this is a compact way, because the outside of this one will always be able to go like through the inside, or like the outside of like half of the undergrounder. But when you do it like this way, they don't end up in a bend. So this way, this one will put on one side of the belt, and this one will end up on the other side. So then you get like a balanced belt output. In case someone's wondering like why I did it, the output's this way. Clever belt trickery. Square is simple to work with, but boring. Exactly, Anthropist. That's why I'm thinking that my sort of later, more advanced ships will then be slightly less brick-shaped. But, the brick works. Good classical example of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing for most things, but once you start getting to these more endgame shits. Forgot about the R trick there for a sec. But now it's back. Okay, so then we'll have calcite, copper, iron, and coal. All the legendaries would be coming in here. Yo, could I see the casino platform really quick? Curious about the design? Okay, sure, of course. If you have any questions, I can walk through the logic here. Yeah, the RGBs are just, you know, for shit, of course, for shits and giggles. So, you know, a whole bunch of lasers, fusion power plant to make sure we have power for everything. And we're only going through between Nauvis and Volcanus because there's a decent amount of asteroids and it's a relatively safe trip, so the laser can handle it. Now, one half goes left, one half goes right, but these are literally mirrors of each other, including fuel production. So, rocks go through, and the first thing we do is send these rocks down. This is a little sort of lane balancing shenanigan. Okay, we're sending half all the way already here to help. I mean, I don't know if this actually helps at all, but the point is here. Then we remove all the carbonics. We try to make sure everything fits here and everything, and then we mix them back in again. We remove the metallics, mix them in here, and then mix them back in again. And same for the oxide. So this is just fuel production. That's all we do here. Then the rocks go back. And here we mix in the new rocks with the old rocks. We are favoring the old rocks to make sure this thing will spin as much as possible. Rocks go up, and then we split them into two belts. So these are the inputs pretty much, are the inputs, and the middle will be the output. We have two separate, see, one stack inserter grabbing from the outer belt, and two separate inserters putting back in, which are filtered for normal quality, putting back on the belt where we grabbed it from, and anything higher than normal onto the middle belt. And then we just reprocess asteroids. Now you notice there's one oxide and then two carbonics, two metallics, because the speed of an oxide here is 1.7, and the speed of a carbonic is 0.85, and the metallic has the same one. Okay, we got some legendary crushers here and stuff. Well, let's see, yeah, so 0.85, 0.85, 0.85, and then it's 1.7, so this is twice as fast as the metallics and the carbonics. That's why the ratio is a little skewed. And I had to like extend this pretty far, and even now it's not really keeping up. But it's not getting clogged up either. Now this filter is probably not necessary anymore. It was because in the beginning I was putting all my outputs in the middle belt, and then it started getting clogged up. So now we do this instead. Oh yeah, in the middle I do this where I try to favor outputting rocks, so we try to push everything on the outer lane, so that the crushers here can always output the rocks. So this shouldn't be able to happen where they're waiting to output. In fact, what I should do is probably do it already here at the beginning. Try to make sure that all the incoming rocks are in the inner lane, and then the processed rocks are in the outer lane, and then the inner lane, depending on how you define outer and inner here. But the point is, then we do this, and the common one needs to be the biggest one. We have some extra metallic ones here because we keep on ending with an X more metallic asteroid rocks than anything else. Oh yeah, then we go back here, and then we have everything left on this belt gets sent back through undergroundies all the way back to the beginning, where they then get put back into the mixture here. And again, yeah, because they're coming from both sides, and here we see we're sort of trying to favor the rocks that are already here. Then we go down. And we have the same one. Though here we're filtering that anything that is green gets grabbed here and put on the outer belts, because after this one, see, half goes on this belt, other half gets sent through the undergroundy onto the other side. Because they can create greens, or even, they can create greens, blues, even legendaries already in the beginning. That's why we want to make sure that anything that is not green will be higher than green. So it remains on the middle belt. Then we go through it all. And here we have the similar sort of quality filter, which made sense in my earlier, less efficient designs. But again, here we grab the outputs. Then we use I'm filtering for fish, because you could filter for whatever. I think the popular thing to filter for is, deconstruction planners. But I think fish is more funny, so I'm using fish. Yes, there's not likely to be a fish here, so all the output will always be here, and then you don't have like a couple of things like just haunting you there in the corner, because I find that kind of stuff mildly annoying. Now, yeah, and here, because there will be less rocks going through, so we only have a single lane, like going all the way back, sent back down here, goes through the same lane balancer, or like lane freaking splitter thing here, wow, to send here, and get dealt with. So this is the sort of the size of my very first sort of crushing system here. Then we've had to extend the normal ones. So the greens get this much, blues get this much, and then the purples. There's very rarely anything here, so yeah, the size of your crushing array can always get smaller the further on you get. I've even been considering scooting these even closer to each other and seeing if I could extend the normal rock crushing a little bit down here as well. We'll look into it, because for now it works. If anything, I should probably do, like I mentioned, limit the input side here. Because if this belt gets full, you know, it's fine. It'll still keep flowing slowly but surely. But the faster these guys can actually output, the more they can gamble for quality. And then in the end we get our legendaries, and currently I'm just crushing them for a random ass. For all the things, though the carbonic ones I'm only checking here, like going for the pure carbon crushing, if we have less than 100 carbon, and this way we're maximizing our output of coal, because otherwise the sulfur producing recipe, well, it produces more sulfur than is needed for the coal production. And then all the legendary ice I'm just melting into water, and we're using the water and the sulfur to make legendary coal. I hope that helped out. Thanks for the overview. Sick design. Taking notes for the personal casino design. Hey, thank you. It's based on design done by Nilaus. I don't have that much like blueprints or videos anywhere. I've been planning on doing one for my RGB system, and I have an automated gambling system for recipes as well, which keeps on switching recipes, which is based on a design I saw done by Stupid Fat Hobbit. Yeah, and then the RGB system is funny, yeah, because we're sending an RGB signal to the top, and every math thing is just doing a +0 to just delay the signal a little bit, and that's how we get your wave effect. And here's the RGB brain. We have a timer going up, and then from that one wave we offset it to create all the other colors. They're great, yeah. And if you want to review the video later on, this is also being multi-streamed over to YouTube, and that is where things get saved for the, you know, foreseeable long-term future. Now this lane balancer here was, yeah, to make sure that we'd favor the inside. Now I'm thinking, what if we instead we change some stuff that happens here? Now what would be the easiest way to do that? Oh. Okay, this is a silly idea. Let's try it out immediately. See, if we put this one down here, change the direction, so you can now, the rocks are favoring that side. And here, I guess we could just do that. Okay, yeah, this works, because now, see, the one half of the belt always gets to flow because it's going on this belt, right? The other half of the belt always gets to flow because it goes on this one. So these bits of rocks that get stuck here are the only sort of casualties we will be having here. How long till all the lights are legendary quality? Good point. That would be funny. Freaking legendary lights. Okay, now, yeah, so now the inputs are getting clogged. If anything, I guess I should now add lights next to everyone that I can see that are they on or not. Because now there's less rocks going here. I'm wondering, like, is this now processing faster? Because there's more rocks there? Compared to this one. Oh yeah, and then also here I have... I'm just going... I see the automatic schedule is just go to Volcanoes, go to Novice. There's no wait conditions, but I did add an interrupt where if we have more than 10,000 iron ore, go to Volcanoes, unload, make sure your fusion power cells are 50 or more, which we have a request there, and make sure your cargo values hit 0. So that way we have a temporary stop for when it immediately has enough stuff, then he heads to the Volcanoes to drop it off, and then after that it'll return to flying back and forth. But yeah, if I could make more legendary crushers, we can also make this process just happen so much faster. No, because we did the... Oh, you're out of rocks already. Okay. Yeah, okay, so then half goes here, so they still end up doing... Oh, wait, no, this is wrong. I wonder it felt weird. So how do I make sure... Yeah, that won't help. Wait. Okay, that'll do it. So now anything that comes from here will go on the inner half. There you go. Fixed. Nice. Use Alpha Nixie tubes to flash jackpot up whenever you roll a new legendary. Standia. Yeah? RGB lights. Yeah, the RGB, this brain unit, I just earlier today, I put it on my Discord on the Factorio channel. Just took the blueprint string and posted it there in case someone wants this thing. It has a sort of single decider clock, and if you change the value here, you change the speed. Because if the amount of steps it takes per tick. So currently it's at 16 for this speed, but we can you can ramp it up, you can slow it down. At 1, it's much more like smooth, breathing, organic vibe to it. But if you speed it up, and then even like a single tick of delay, which is caused by these things, can then cause a sort of very visually dramatic wave effect, which is fun. Still not heading out because you have cargo. Probably set these to be like stack sizes. There you go, like a singular stack. Okay, now the rocks are right. Okay, yeah. So there's one facing the other way. Okay, cool. Cool. Nice. So now the only sort of point of a victim would be that one singular rock there. I guess there'll be 2 rocks there. Technically. But it's okay. Things are flowing. And we go through the fuel system just first so they can grab everything because, well, they're more likely to get hurt by running out of rocks. So make sure that they get first pick of anything that comes in, and then everything that's left over gets gamblerized. But yeah, the jackpot thing, because I was thinking of a similar idea, but having just some lights that just, you know, blink orange whenever, like, right next to a crusher whenever they create a legendary one. Because I think that could be funny as well. But I just haven't really figured out how to do that without having, like, a separate combinator at every crusher. Because that takes up a whole bunch of space. So I was wondering, like, what are the signals I need to combine to make sure that the light will only turn on at the right time. And I try to see if we can make one, like, activate when... So this one would be reading hold hand contents and enable disable if anything but legendary would be nice. But we'll see, because here it makes sense because these guys can only touch legendary things and I don't know how to give legendary greater than 1. See, swung, didn't do nothing. And it has to be one or the other, so we can't really give it like multiple rocks to look at. We do legendary, but we can't do legendary anything. See, because it'll work as long as, you know, we're looking does is this thing doing anything? Yeah, anything greater than 0, yeah, but the problem is because it works here because this hand is filtered to only handle legendary items. But these guys are not. They can handle anything. And they need to be able to handle anything like greater than green. And this one, if this one touches something legendary, I want to detect that specific instance. And only that one. And then light up a lamp. And that's the issue here. But okay, let's go back to Volcanus. Now, let's see about making a little factory setup here for just making, say, straight up legendary cargo bays. Because we're gonna want those. On a belt. We could, yes, absolutely detect it on a belt. And that is one thing I was thinking of doing, just having a belt thing that detect like, oh, because like, for example, after everything is done, we know that on the last piece of the belt, there will only be legendaries. And they can detect those. But if we have like the belt there in the middle, that could have anything really on it, well, then we need 3 separate singles. Which means, okay, we could do that, but then we needed a decider combinator as well, because it looks like if this or this or this, and then we just like, you know, if legendary carbonic, metallic or oxide rock is greater than 1, then you're allowed to send through the signal to, you know, activate. Now we can do it, but then again, that means we need to fit a decider there. And that's the tricky part. That I haven't quite figured out yet. Gotcha. There's 3 different conditions. Exactly, yeah, because the 3 separate rocks. If we're only looking for one thing, that'll be fine. Similar to if we're looking at the last belt there, which could also be fun, because we can then see every time a legendary passes through that belt. So that still works. We can still do that one. But I think it would be just interesting if we could have, so we could see where the legendaries happen. So we have like little like flickering orange lights here and there. That could be neat. And one of the, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful day. And that's what I was thinking, that what if we could somehow add 2 signals together? Like if the one signal is hand, no, that wouldn't work. No, because we can't separate them. Because I was thinking like, well, we can look at every hand. If a hand contains a legendary rock, then that's one decider somewhere lights up. Same to this signal back. And then every single of those goes like through the lamps, so they need to get both. There is a legendary present, and the hand is containing something. Now, the problem is then that if it doesn't matter who, then every single lamp will light up as long as one of them is making legendary, which again could work, but not really what what I was hoping to achieve. But if we try to make these, though. Make a legendary assembly, legendary cargo bay. We'll need legendary LDS, which means we are gonna want a cryogenic plant that makes legendary plastic. Then we need the. And then again, we're making the legendary plastic elsewhere currently, so that's fine. Do we have one of these? We do, apparently. Nice. So one of you's making these. All right. And we do more legendary iron and legendary copper, and that way we can get our legendary stone. You require. Yep, that'll be more than enough. All right. All these are here. All right. I want to use a, where are you? I can. Hi there, Alex. Found your channel from the Stationeer shorts. They're good. Hey, I'm glad you like them, Alex. I've been meaning to get back to Stationeer. I just haven't got around to it just yet. Ooh, hey there, Empress. 7-stream streak. Nice. Thank you. Well, looks like the boats are slowly heading this way. You enjoy it? Stationeers? Very much. Super fun game. Alright, so now I'm going to request normal. There we go. Do that instead. Okay, these guys should... Alright. So the idea is to start collecting my 11,000 normal productivity 3s. Start recycling the raw materials. Feed into this guy. Feed into that guy. Maybe feed into this guy. So we'll do this one like this. Where read hand contents hold. Enable if you is greater. So this one has one in its hand because you can't put it in there anymore. Then this guy activates and starts putting shit into here. Okay, I fucked up. Because we have then... So if you make uncommon ones, you make rares. Add more guns. For Shadow? How's Victoria? Hey, Empress. Hey, it's wonderful. We're golf, baby. Hey, hope you have a good time, Alex. Over there on the YouTube side. And then this one is trying to make purple versions. And you'll just awkwardly try to make freaking legendary versions. Read ingredients. Set requests. Request from buffers. There you go. There we go. You make normal ones. Ingredients. Some buffers. Trying to make sure we have enough guns for when the bugs inevitably escape. That's just what they do. Just trying to increase the chances of making better stuff. We can't really increase the quality of the eggs directly, so we'll have to do upcycling gamba. Now, of course, we could have a cycling... We could upcycle the actual straight-up bugs, though. Okay, we can't change the recipe, though. So to make, high-quality biters, we'll just have to have cycling. Recycling. Yeah. But I hope you're having a... Oh, I hope you had a lovely birthday, Empress. Good old Lord of the Rings. Now, Factorio is Factorio in. These guys are mostly doing okay. Now, Casino Royale also goes through there. So what if you
Hello there.
turn off the unload the volcanoes for a little bit? Well, hello there, another Jamie. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. So we instead go here and we look at purple quality modules. From Volgora, we turn off the unload for volcanoes, otherwise they'll just steal all of those. Hey there, Ralia. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, today I made my HSS profits even gaudier. I added like wavy RGB light effects. Here's the math for it. Here's the thing slowing it down. Because of course it needs to be gaudy. It is my space casino. I think it might need more lights. I was hopping back into Lotrudges lately. Ooh! It's always fun when you catch a wave, isn't it? Okay, so this side... The rocks are flowing pretty smooth. The outputters are not getting too slowed down too much. Here... I mean, they're still flowing. Ah. I wonder if I could move this around a little bit. What if this one came in from this side? Yeah. You see, if this one actually came in from here... What, I was being clever? I was wrong. Looks phenomenal. Glad you like it. Ray missed you. It's all my fault. It's your blessing. Ah, yes. Good old Lord of the Rings Online. Blessings never cease. I was wondering if I could have added somehow... Yeah, because the upper belt is not getting enough now. Which means we need... I mean, all of this is still flowing, though, which is weird. So if you have a splitter, say, here, it goes down. Okay. Weird. It's weird and awkward, but I think I can make this kind of work. Oh, we're parked. Excellent. There. Now it's an awkward. So now half of this be like fully like changing sides of the belt. Which on this side doesn't matter, but on this one it does. It's either that or we figure out a way to... Alright, this looks awkward, but I kinda like it. Nice little spaghetti knot. And I guess the system is working somehow, because these guys are still going through these rocks. Either that, or these were just too backed up or something. So it's either that, or, can we find it out, I come up with another funny way. Oh. What if this one came all the way here? Now we mix this one in here somehow. Otherwise we do the same thing we just did. But this one would now be able to go straight down here. That kind of works. Well, the thing is, we want half of the like mega input, which is this. Favor one side much more dramatically. Right now, we can do this one. But I want half of this thing's output to be on... Oh! That's fixed, I guess. And one of those... So now this thing's... Rocks go through here on this side. Rocks that go through here end up there. Well, a lot more... elegant than the previous solution. Let's go through here just fine. Let's come in. Go up. Half of it is pushed to favor the... from my opinion, the right, but from the belt's opinion, the left side, which is pushing more of this to go here. Output from here goes half and half. Yeah, so the only like sort of more or less belt pushing will be for more on this side on the newer rocks rather than the older ones. But is that good? Oh well, we'll find out when it goes on flying again. Cosmo Casino, more colors. It's true, it has the RGBs. It has, in fact, all the colors. Now, Casino Royale. Okay, perfect. And go straight to Novice, actually. Quality mode 3, go to Novice. Zoom on out, zoom on in. Demand all the purples. Well, made a few green ones. Small amount of purples. Command the purples. Meantime, let's make do. Sevius spared no expense on building Bug Siberia. Talking about the number of armaments guarding the perimeter. Yeah. Well, they have to be there because every now and then there were some issues with the feed deliveries, which meant that they sort of burst in and became free. So we have a whole bunch of lasers there, and making sure that they never destroy the biter, the nest itself. Only the inhabitants. This guy is gambling away to make. This is the automatic recipe switching gambling system, where you tell you what to do, and then it like finds all the ingredients for the recipe, and then compares, looks at what you have in your chest, and then see like, do you have enough ingredients for recipe X? Decided here, like we need as many positive signals as we have recipe ingredients, and then the selector here always chooses the fanciest recipe it can make and outputs it to the assembly machine, and if all of these say no, well then the default value is being sent by the constant combinator. I'd love to see just how bad a legendary outbreak can get. On YouTube, of course, not on my own run. I have been considering just... Well, thank you, B&D. The hydrate. I appreciate it. I've been considering trying to just make some legendary biters just to unleash them in the wild, just for the hell of it. Like, creates one behemoth biter. Be a legendary behemoth. And then just let them out into the wild. Sure, make more defending Novice more interesting. Yeah, I assume biolabs can be built only on Novice. Yes, exactly, indeed, because if you look at the biolab here, buildable on Novice. Similarly to certain other structures. Oh, these, yeah, because see, this is crafted on, so these can only be crafted on Fulgora but the biolabs can only be buildable on Novice. Technically, you can craft these anywhere you want, but you can only build one on actual Novice. Guess who's back? It's me, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Sankira. Hope you had a good time shopping. Biggest Novice problem is pollution equals needs a lot of trees to allow huge size per minute. Very true. The biolabs anywhere in Gliba would rapidly become the science planet. Yeah. I could see that happening, because then you don't worry about the whole spoilage thing. Now. There we go. Now we're making battery Mark 3s again. All these old Gambatrons need to be removed eventually. Ah. Volcanus ASMR. Rockets and warning sounds. Gotta love it. Now, yeah, we were here. I do love that noise. Same here, another Jamie. Same here. So, these can make a... No, you don't. Legendary. There you go. So here we get the legendary LDS. We can get the legendary steel straight from the iron ore. We can get the legendary blue chippies. Excellent, we have those at least. There you go. Bring me 10. Now you can make... Oh, silly me. There you go. And legendary blue. You would make 2 per second. You can see in 0.60, make 0.60 in a second. 0.1 to 0.60 in a second with all the productivity of plus 230%, 100, 100. Hey, Reaper. Hope you're doing well. Okay, might as well look at the ratios we need for these then. So 2 per second.
Add another, Jamie. That's exactly much the reason why biolabs exist and are buildable on Novice only.
You gotta have that challenge, yo. How goes the Hanu? Let's go. It's going well. I built a giant the HSS, the Hanu spaceship Prophet. Put on some RGB lights. Did a little math brain for that one. And this is my massive giant gambling system in space. It's a bit too efficient, apparently. So much legendary iron ore. I'm feeling like I might want more copper now. So I'm going to look at the logic chip here. For this one. And if legendary iron ore less than 3,000, that's when you're allowed to work. Now sorry to be a lead spaceship. Thank you, Mind Cozy. Hope you're doing well. And force these out. So, see, spaceship goes. I first put the RGBs just on the side, then I realized I could link all the lamps together here as well. See, because these are here to just do a math of +0, so they do nothing but waste 1 tick of time, which means now we have a wave effect going from the top down, and then we just linked all these together. Nice RGB tacky little space casino as it flies across, blasting them all up, all the grabby arms, grabbing all those delicious little rockies, and sending them down here to be processed. Where there's a chance of changing the type of the asteroid, but also we're doing that with quality modules. So there's a chance of the quality increasing. So the increased quality goes in the middle. Oh, well, we got it. Oh, but at least one legendary there. Then it goes to the next one. Here we do the same thing, but we trap all the green qualities, all the blue quality, and lastly purple. The giant Gamba machine. Heckin' beautiful. Now here we have a system that gets first pick of all the rocks to make sure we have enough to maintain fuel production, and the same thing on the other side. In fact, the left and right side, at least from here on up, are just mirrors of each other, and here's our nice little fusion reactor setup powering the entire thing. And we have one couple of little factories that are turning the legendary sulfur into legendary coal. Slowly but surely. But okay, yeah, so here in the separation of the sides is working pretty perfectly. I wonder if we could... I feel like I could still tweak this. Oh damn, of course I can. Oh no. The answer was so easy and it was right in front of us all along. Everything gets split evenly between the two, and then they just do that. Oh boy, do I feel silly. Because anything that doesn't get upgraded gets sent back through these pipes. And it gets split back in here. Okay, let's do the same thing on this side. There we go. So now we're making sure that all the rocks, as much as possible, gets... Yeah, and nothing will ever get stuck here. Because eventually, these will get to move once there's less rocks on this side. As you can see here. Eventually they all start flowing. Because when these put a rock back, they'll put it on the opposite side of the belt that they're on. And they have a chance also of producing something of the same normal quality. So this way we make sure that there's always space for these output. Like put rocks away. Oh yeah, this old balancer. No longer necessary. Because then they get resorted when they get once they're sent back. So now they should be able to process things technically faster in an ongoing fashion. And it's weird how the different sides, even though they are mirrors of each other, end up getting... So this one is slightly more blocked up at times than this one. Kind of funny how that goes. And once we have enough iron ore, which I'm assuming we now have, now this guy should be then... Well, not quite yet. But eventually we go past 3,000, then we don't need you anymore. Then we'll only be allowing this one to run. It'll slow down the production of metals, but it'll allow for slightly more copper to be produced. And the ship to just fly around more, because we have all this extra inventory we're kind of not using. 2 little lights? I don't hear me out. Now the keys for this game they play, that's about you and your friend being dung beetles rolling a ball of dung into a hole. Yeah, sounds like it could be a fun time. It's one of those coordination games, similar to like Carry the Glass and I think there's one with a rope. You get attached by a rope. You know, there's a bunch of those kind of games. They seem neat enough. Never really got too many into them. Want a key? I mean, it could be fun, but at the same time, I got a lot of stuff going on right now. I don't know if I have a time for that game, but sure. Could be fun enough. No worries? Yeah. But we definitely need to find some more time to play stuff again. Sorry, I've just been like so addicted to Factorio, man. It's nuts. Well, the Gambitron is now... Yeah, keeps running, keeps slowing. So now we should actually just go back here, because I keep on getting distracted from like, oh yeah, I was trying to do something, wasn't I? Oh, like I was saying. This one will go through and create 2. This one can go through 0.16. So we'd end up having 10 of these. Now 10 of these also then require a bunch of plastic, which currently we can just import for now. Yeah, I've been away a bunch since Subathon ended. It got a bunch of IRL stuff happening. Yeah, hey man, it happens. That's life. Innit. And a couple of request here chests. There we go. But I see it here in the Factorio hard. Never could put the time into this like it needed. Yeah, I mean it's a kind of game, you know. It's a vibe, as they say. It's not everyone's can of tea. Cup of tea? Can of tea? No, it's not everyone's cup of tea. But I thoroughly enjoy it. Ooh, sorry. There we go. Sneeze. Ugh. And okay, yeah. Okay, a lot of stuff happening otherwise good. Well, glad to hear it. I enjoy when you use your first tested message, TTS, to at me. Yeah? People can do whatever they want with those. Sorry. Okay, so then we'll have plastic. Then we need the copper wire. So for 10 of these, that'll be 3.3. So if we do a legendary furnace... with There we go. No. I doubt it's one of the best factory games, but my brain isn't big on optimization. You don't have to optimize. I do things the way I do because I want to. But yeah, sure, shit ain't optimized in many places. You know, there's just freaking chaos in so many places. You can absolutely win the game and have a good time without doing like even half of the shit I find myself doing with like automating train systems. Because I do that because I think that personally just enjoy it. But you don't have to. Yeah, there's a lot of shit here, for example, that really needs to be worked on. Oh yeah, the green chip things. Are not being made. We're not getting copper wire. And was copper wire produced by these guys? Yes. Now, head to a drop-off, would you? And... there you go. So now these guys will be consuming a little bit more of those holmium plates. We can go have a look-see here at... and the electrolyte. There. And some of those super capacitors. Okay, so yeah, the quality stuff has now jammed up on account of the lack of green chippies. I just scoff at people having forever games like Fortnite and Call of Duty. Then I found Factorio and promptly dumped 1,000 hours into it. Yeah. And Rimbo's that for me. Yeah, definitely. And also Mugenics, probably the last game I played where I just couldn't put it down. I tried Mugenics, but I watched Matt play that Cronenbergian horse breeding game, which I've heard is similar. And if we don't want to try this and the Dwarf Fortress once I hopefully get bored of Factorio. Yeah. Well, you don't have to get bored, you know. You can get back to it eventually. Ooh, so these are now working again. They're being fed back in here. And these are spinning. So this shit is working. Excellent. And these are also devouring resources. Sort of slowly but surely. It's going to take a while. Yeah, we're just not using the endgame resources now effectively and aggressively enough here on Fulgora. And that's why the resource trains are getting a little backed up. There. Oh well, hopefully that wasn't too bad of a mistake. Okay, back to what we're actually supposed to be working on. So this thing would be then smelting the copper into plates. Plates will then be turned into Legendary copper wire. At 12 units a second, we need 3.3. So this thing will be doing A-okay. I'm out of ads. Hey. And Final Fantasy Tactics where it's with cat breeding. Yeah, the Mugenics look super cool. I mean, the horse breeding game is just, that's like a meme. It looks super fun. It looks like it has like a certain depth to it regarding, like, well, yeah, the breeding and the like certain complexities you can do in that one. So that looks really cool. But then the Eugenics looks, like, you know, until like a different, like, just kind of cool as well. Because it then has the combat stuff, so then there's more point to it. Whereas the horse breeding game is about, you know, racing horses and shenanigans. Looks super fun though. I would love to play that game. But I would say Mugenics most definitely seems like the actual, a game with actual sort of like probably design complexity rather than the meme-like ones in horsey game. But yeah, that's not to say anything bad about horsey game though. Mugenics is my favorite game this year. Ooh. And the best way to move on from Factorio is to start playing through the Zachtronics games. That is on my list now. Since there is so much quality content there. And weirdly enough reminds me of Factorio, even though it's computer science topics. I mean, it's not that surprising at all. I mean, like, I noticed, I played through Factorio Vanilla, you know, years ago. I played through the Space Age when it came out. Well, I didn't play through it because I haven't, you know, actually won the game, but I played it a little bit. But I have become more of a... Well, then you know, in between, like, the winning Vanilla Factorio, and now I learned coding, and now I'm amateur game developer. So, and I noticed that is affecting the way I look at these things, and try to solve certain puzzles. So that is super cool, super fun. Now this one just wants greens and reds. Wants 0.1, and with 10 of these, we're making 1.7. So we do more than 10 of these to make more than 1 per second. In theory. Uma Musum is not a meme in his life, so... yeah, that's a very different kind of game, but yeah, I see it. Eugenics is my favorite, yeah. Favorite game of the year. It's well to get all you moaners. Funnily enough, the more I code, the less I want to play Factorio. Maybe they scratch similar itches in my head. I mean, yeah, I can totally see that. Like, I really should get back into my game deving. But I also see the pleasure I'm getting from this game could... So wait, 1, 2, 3... Like, they do scratch sort of similar itches in many ways. Ouch. Okay, so we're probably going to want 2 of these, so we make around 5 per second. These are consuming 10 of these, 1.6. A lot of programmers that recommend going through the Zachtronic games to learn programming, because the game forces you to think about and manage state. Okay, yeah. They do seem like very, very, very cool games. Oh, yes, it's free here. Okay, well, this one doesn't need to be super efficient. So... But yeah, we're still gonna do inputs on the outside, outputs on the inside. Especially like I can probably then like slap down some like speed modules around this thing as well and make it just see if I can make it go extra bonkers fast. And here, because we don't need you, but we could then have a... Now, we can have this one above here, which means we can have the inputs like that. Reds and greens. There you go. Wait, no. Forgot that it's important to have space. There. Yeah, there's Sex Steak. We're doing well. Yeah, they're definitely on my list, but though I've been planning on that the next one I play will probably be I'm gonna give the everyone's playing Timberborn. I don't have that one, but I do have the Whiskerwoods. I was thinking like, okay, I heard some rumors that there might be some Timberborn-ish automation there. I owned it because I got it in a bundle when I bought something else, so that'd be a fun one to give a go. We'll do the same here on the inside. It'd be nice to have the whole website or a channel on Discord. Place what is next on the list of games. Oh yeah, that's been on the plan. It's it's been on the to-do list. So sorry it's taking a while. We're getting there. Now this one wants 3 inputs, so we're gonna need the little bit of belt finagling. Right. It'd probably be easier to do it that way around. There we go. You can still feed you from below. There we go. Oh, I didn't know that would happen. Interesting. There we go. There you go. So one input comes from here, the other goes to here. There we go. And both these should be quite feedable. There's like 2 of these. Input of plate and wire. One of these makes 4.29, you're consuming. Normal 12, but here it goes to all the boosts. Yeah, I'm gonna want 2 of these. Actually, what is the... don't worry about it. It'll work. It's better, yeah, if everything is the same sort of same quality as well. Because that way later on we can improve the quality for all the things, and that should work out just fine. Actually, nah, it'll be fine. Wondering, like, what if we put this one like right there? We could have either a shared belt or like that. So we have copper wire there. And plates there. Hopefully they're not too close to each other, but it'll be fine. So then we got plates and wire feeding into these. They make... yeah, wire can be one input, and they will have greens and plastics be the other. So that'll be then the wire input. And then we have plastics meets green for this one. And plastics, might well, yeah, bring it up like that. Move you all over there for now. Yeah, we got plastics, we got copper wire, just need the copper plate. Also for now, we do have a whole bunch of stuff in storage. Okay, I need to go to the actually toilet pretty quickly, so I'm gonna see if about HSS profit. Put up the BRB. I'll be right back. See you soon. And I have returned. Alright. Casino is full again. It's okay. Yeah, it's a lot of iron. Okay, so then for this one, we'll need the copper plates and iron plates. Ah. Actually, I'm not sure how much. Make your needs. Let's do it this way around. And the inserters. There we go. Running low on legendary furnaces, you say? Hmm. So I think these will be more useful. Yeah, aren't that many left. That'll be fine. Because we start making legendary freaking chippies directly. Yeah, we'll catch up quick. And we'll look here. So I shouldn't forget that we're gonna need some of these green chips as well for the for the blue chip production. Again. It's fine. $59 a second, jeez. 118 a second. Assuming way more. Turns out the legendary speed modules were, well, fucking legendary. There you go. Ah. There you go. Just making more legendary prod modules. I mean, I would like to, but I'm trying to pretty much, but I'll need legendary eggs, so that's gonna be a Gamba thing here. We'll see how that works out. I wish there was a way to automatically set research. Every time Fulgorus tolls, I get no worker speed research. So I have to manually flip it to mining productivity until I can clear it again. Yeah, that can get a little annoying. It's true. Oh yeah, we don't leave us all fucked. Steel productivity though. Okay. Hmm. There you go. My purple inserters. Got any of those? Okay. Well, a bunch of legendary blues have been made. I could be collecting some legendary greens and some legendary reds. Legendary T2 prod module scale plus 15 compared to the plus 13 uncommon T2s. Ah, that's a good point. There we go. Plus 2% per module. Let's go. Yep. And 10% per PM plan. Very true as well. What the hell did I need for a bulk inserter though? That's a doable. That's a doable amount of stuff. Let's made a bunch of epic power armor. With the mech armor. There you go. Go nuts. We got 2 legendaries. Bunch of epics. Yeah, so these here Gamble Whammer machines can slowly but surely be then replaced. Anything that's not legendary, just scrap it. I can keep on doing what I want to do. You know, the legendary electric engine, pretty much, for a number of things. Hmm? There we go. So that's fixed. Ow. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm not doing too hot right now. I think I might be having like a migraine type thing. Well, that's okay. What I had to be doing anyway, playing games. So might as well do it here. So we can make plates. I guess we can then start shipping a part of that to a similar system, making steel. That'll help us at least deal with some of this ore. Are those rough? Yeah. I got the weird ones because it takes a while for me to realize what's happening because I don't get like the pain. I just sort of like notice like, wait, I can't really focus anymore, and then I might be like some a little bit of pain and pressure behind the eyeball, but at least then hopefully as long as I don't start getting the auras and losing my like field of view, should be okay. But that gets really uncomfortable when that happens. Alright, so we got the calcite coming in, then we need some of that lava. And also, yeah, then depending on how much random mass. What? Oh yeah, that's a pump. Alright, so then these guys get the calcite. You get the plastic. Now we'll see how exactly do we store the stone. Almost lovely when you have your random bouts of unclear nausea and whatnot. Like, takes you a while to realize. Takes you a while to realize. Oh wait, everything might not be right. Just happy that it's not as bad as it could be. Most of the time. Hope it clears up soon. Thanks another, Jamie. So do I. Yeah, you're all making the legendary. You're making the legendary. Alright. Oh. There we go. Hold on a second. Nice. Now we could get these. And oh, might as well make our own steel production, I guess. Okay. I just wanted this guy to be able to start making just crazy amounts of. Fucking legendary cargo base. And then there's this steel. Almost 18,000 units of legendary steel already there just hanging out. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Similarly, yeah, copper plates come from there. There you go. I'll feed these, keep all that shit going. And we'll get enough greens to go past. Nice. So, that guy at least is working out just fine. These go cannot wait. And this means that we can look for current cargo bay producers here. And remove them completely. So we just directly only making legendary cargo base. Okay, perfect. Then what all do I need to make a crusher? You know, electric engines need to become legendary. Oh, then that. Oh. definitely don't want to run out of, or like, you know, waste any legendary rocks, so. Yeah, we can make the legendary bricks and do all kinds of legendary cool stuff that way. So, actually keeps on flowing. He's gonna keep on working. There you go. So these guys are working. Now they, in theory, should be able to output even more. Yeah, these guys just consume, with all the boosties, insane amounts of green chippies. That's all working out then. That's good. For now, we'll just do that. Wait, no, that's dumb. There we go. We'll wait for passenger present. Need to manually empty some of these, apparently. Well, I'll let these help us maintain the quality for certain things. Now let's see here. We do cargo bay normal. Yeah, it was already mostly legendary. At least there should be enough storage space here. Now, HSS profit here. I'm gonna change both of these actually. Turn you off. We're both just doing this version. I think it might be better that way. Yeah. At least for now. Now then on the good old volcanoes here. Now let's have a look-see. Now with this we can make bricks and things from the stone that we'll need for other legendary things. Like for these. Yeah, people are running out of copper. Alright. So the blues are better. These outperform the greens. All right. Now 200. That's good. Ooh, that's a good limit. Bleeper and good day, Martians and everything. Well, hello there, Schneebly. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a nice day. We've got legendary stone being turned into some legendary bricks. Legendary iron being turned into legendary. Well, I love that Black Mine 4309 on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, I'm doing my best here. Alright, so legendary steel, legendary stuff. We're not actually collecting any legendary iron plates currently, but I don't know if we need them either. Oh, the production is going well. Still alive and kicking. Hey, production is going well. Glad to hear you're doing better. I would appear to be having some sort of migraine attack, I think. One of those things where it's usually a painless one, but now I'm having some headache and difficulty focusing. And some nausea. Lovely. So yeah. Legendary calcite turned into legendary rocks. There we go, more legendary furnaces goals. Even better crafting speed. Ugh. Ouch, I had those as well. Mine are triggered by chocolates and stress. Now sometimes else I haven't figured out yet. Done your rituals to break it? No, because they happen so rarely, and it's a weird one, because I have the sort of like, what they call, like, ghost migraines or whatever, like the painless ones. So I don't always realize I'm having one until it's a bit too late, and then I'm like, oh well, now I just gotta live with it until it passes. I'm just hoping I don't lose sight, because I get auras, in the sense that then suddenly I can't see anymore, like just lose a whole bunch of my my field of view. Very stressful when I was a kid, and I did not understand what the hell was going on. And eventually, then figured out like, okay, yeah, it's a neurological thing, which can be deduced from the fact that it's that it's in both eyes. That it's not. It doesn't matter which eye I'm looking through, but the sort of like blind spot remains the same. Alright, copper ore's already gone. I think like functions wildly quickly for a while, and then it sort of runs out. That's all legendary. We've got now a whole bunch of legendary electric furnaces happening. Oh. See, right now the worst part is the random ass nausea. Really getting to me. Iron ore. Oh, sorry. It's embarrassing. Ah, alright. More stackables. Sounds rough. Sorry, and hey, no worries, another Jamie. It happens. And you know, if it gets too rough, then I'll just call it early. But I'm hoping it'll pass. Graphic isn't too wearing. Maybe you should break now then. Yeah. Went out with the dogs to the backyard a little while ago. And it shouldn't really be the graphics, but you know, you never know. Oof. I'll keep working pretty much as far as it can. Now we could be turning some of this plastic, actually, into the LDS stuff. But like right now we're bringing the coal up here as well. It's kind of silly, but we are doing it. And I should be bringing it down here. For more legendary plastic. So we'll stop that one until we have some more like actual plastic production here as well. And yeah. Okay. That's all going okay. Making stuff directly into legendaries, we can get some legendary chippies. Now we should probably add some sneaky thieving types here. One of you can hang out here. Steal from those. And that guy will just be stealing from whatever these guys produce. Holy moly! The new project, or has it expanded? Well, this is because first the HSS profits, of course, with its nice little RGB lights, flying through space, grabbing all the rocks that it can, gambling them up until we get legendary rocks, processed to legendary resources, and we're doing this until we have 10,000 legendary iron ore. Then we head back to Volcanus and dump off everything we have. Turn the sulfur to coal here. so that we can have the ongoing. So we can, yeah, turn the coal to plastic. So Volcanus is doing legendary just fine. And now we have a whole bunch of legendary cargo base. Actually, that's already maxed out. Jesus, we can make even more, but I don't know if we need more than 200 cargo base. But we can make some if we need some. Now we have a whole bunch of legendary blue chips. We got blue steel. This guy might as well hang out and like, grab a whole bunch of just legendary iron plates, just so we have some. Put you there. Oh man, it's practically a space sanitizer. It is. It's a trawler, you know. It scrapes on past there. Call my HSS Prophet, a Hundo spaceship. All them grabby arms. Everyone's doing their best, grabbing all they can. So the idea was I wanted to pretty much, first of all get the cargo base and so on, so then we could say make more legendary things, so we can make a bigger legendary ship. So I haven't done any foundation yet, and I want to have a spaceship that flies around making foundations. So this one is just producing a large amount, like.
Hey, dear friend, how are we doing?
Hey there, Choji. Doing okay. Otherwise, I think I'm having a migraine, but otherwise it's okay. Game is progressing. Made crazy RGB lights, which was fun. The interplanetary beachcomber, yeah. Goes between Nauvis and Volcanus. Shoots all the rocks, grabs the rocks, and then keeps on, well, recycling them until the quality increases. And then the grid gets ground down. But hope you're doing well, Choji. Hope you're having a better day of it than I am. I know like rubbing your eyes doesn't help, but it gives you that illusion. Now we could, I guess, recycle these. That could give us more copper. Right now copper is holding us back here, because we keep on having all this happening, but then, you know, ran out of copper. Ooh. Finally got the iron ore as well. That's unexpected. That's okay. Yeah, we need foundation so I can like just start building over lava and stuff. Now, for some of those other things we wanted to be legendary, we need the electric engines. Now, legendary electric engines. Let's see here. An electric engine requires an engine block. Means we need to make steel plates, iron gear wheels, and pipes. All that is from. We got the steel happening. We got the plates. We got the plates into iron gear wheels and pipes. Sorry about the stuttering, but yeah. Brain no work here right now. The green chippies might be a little annoying, but it's doable. And then the lubrication from somewhere. I'm nervous, excited at the moment because my significant other is traveling across the states to come to me. Oh, that's lovely, Joji. I hope you guys have ended up having a most delightful and lovely time together. Let's fill these buggers with legendary bricks. Episode 2. So we got the RGB stuff done. Need to tweak on those a little bit. We got legendary assembly machines. Okay, we've been collecting some greens here, which is good. So we wanted the greens for the engine. We got steel. We got iron plates. So let's make a manufacturing chain. Oh, actually, we've been gambling for these too. So this one is just plate green. Steel plate green. I'm making legendary speed modules. We'll get there. I just want him to enjoy his time here. I'm sure he will. Especially, you know, especially with such delightful company. Okay, we turn that into underground, then it goes here. And let's see here. We do legendary pipes, legendary cogs, legendary iron engine unit, legendary electrical engine unit, and we'll make the loop from somewhere. I know about that. I'm not always delightful to be, though I try to be. Well, in the end, that's all that matters now, isn't it? Do your best. No, can't do that with those ones. 6 per second. Yeah, more than enough. With the yeah, sure. Let the bolts deal with at least some of it. Legendary steel. There you go. Alright. And I do believe we're making lubrication down here as well. Okay, that guy's feeding into all that nonsense. Oof. There you go. Excess lube.
Good morning.
Good morning there, Mr. Commander Nobody. Hope you're having a pleasant day. An new old PC that actually usable since 2026 for once. Oh, that's cool, Margadilla. Glad to hear. Sorry if everyone if I'm stuttering a little extra. I think I might having some brain damage. Well, not brain damage, but brain issues, migraine, brain not working, brain feel icky. There we go. Right, bots are bringing it in. God love you for powering through this thing. Couldn't do it. Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, the good thing is that I don't have quite as much pain as many other people do who are like, I know people who are like crippling migraines, who like extreme light sensitivity. Right now it's like it's a surprisingly large amount like headachy pain, but you know, usually it's just this sort of, well, partial blindness and then whole nausea thing. No partial blindness yet though, which is nice. And the good thing is, like, what I usually do when I feel really bad is, you know, play games and stuff, because it helps me focus on something else. Alright, so then we get some speedy boys in. What do we get? 1.4? 2.6 a second. Nice. Oh, we should be able to feed 2 of these, actually. With one of these. There we go. So they wouldn't have the extra lube. The engines and the chippies. Wow. It was able to play most modern games at their highest settings. Overwatch, for example, with an ultra setting default. Oh! That's pretty cool. Dell XPS 9000, blah blah. GTX 1060. Wow. Those are pretty goddamn hardcore. Nice. Well done, Margadilla. Okay, now what did I want the engine for? Oh, yeah. Legendary Crushers. Let's see here. And there's the Gamba machines. I do believe I set one of them up for trying to make better mech armor. Oh, See, that's got the overflow problem of when you keep on going for too long, you end up, well, stuffed. That's why we need to put that. Where did I? Ooh, a whole bunch of epics and some legendaries. I hope for the best for the construction bots. The on CPU is clearly aged well. Yeah, I mean that's a good thing about that. There's a lot of people who are like, oh no, I need to get the new machine with the newest components and everything. That's so I can handle all the modern shit. And it's like, well, a lot of the modern shit are actually a lot better. You have a blueprint of assemblers to select whatever recipe you need, and they have 2 chests, one red, one blue. Oh yeah, black one. I have those kind of recipes, but this, for example, is my gambling sort of blueprint, where similarly we have 2 buffers and a scrapper, and this thing will always make the highest quality recipe it can with the ingredients inside this buffer chest. And see, as you see, like, it keeps on changing the recipe, because that's the basic recipe comes out of this one. Then we do comparisons with different quality levels for the different versions of the recipe. Always remember the fanciest shit we can do, and then we pump it in here. So this thing keeps on every now and then pumping out, keeps on getting legendary, because yeah, we're making all of these now. We can straight up make this thing very directly. So this entire thing can pretty much be scrapped, I think, at this point. Yeah, it's inspired by a design I saw on YouTube by a stupid fat hobbit, but he explained how in his blueprint he had to like parameterize and like explain or put in like manually all the recipe ingredients. When this one I'm using the quality filters. You see, first we have a sort of like a single-use memory sort of like block. When you start it up, this thing remembers the ingredients in the recipe. And then they get locked inside this one, and then even if the recipe is gone or it changes, what's inside this will never change. But also because I was mucking about with this thing where I changed the recipes in between, then that's why this thing's output. But the very first thing we do is go to select your combinator with a quality transfer to just normal. So then you output the normal recipe. And then the same thing goes to the quality transfer to all the different quality levels. And then we also do the sort of quality transfer where we filter out. So you see everything that we have in our. First we like create the one signal that has all the possible recipes in every quality level. Then we also look what's inside the box here. We filter out for every quality level what it could have with a quality filter, like only the epics from everything in the box, only the epics go through. And then we compare those 2 lists together. And then for every like match, 1 signal is sent out. So once we have as many matches as we have signals, because we also count the amount of signals in the actual recipe, in the basic one, we send them back here. And then every recipe that gets all the matches, so which means we have enough components, gets sent out. And then the select your combinator in an ascending order always chooses the best recipe it can, pretty much, and sends that one out. And this one has just set recipe, read ingredients, and then recipe finished. So when it's finished doing something, it sends a signal out for this here memory to get flushed. And that way, this is a sort of living recipe changer. And it's and it's parameterized with a single sort of value, which is target recipe. There you go. So if you know Super Fat Hobbit, I think you would know more than me. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, nuggets. Sorry. Yeah. So it's based on his design, but he had a lot more like hard-coded values, where I wanted the entire thing to be completely modular. But yeah, there is a problem that can happen when something runs for too long. It's the chest with components can get filled up, but then the new stuff won't fit in there. Now I have done the thing, but with a couple of solutions, but I can't remember where I put them. So I haven't built the more advanced version of the recipe just yet. Hecking nausea. I remember I was experimenting with these designs. Here it was. This setup here is what I need. For the armor crafter here. Because this one also turns a signal into a negative. Now for this it'll work just fine, so I'm going to remove those. And this one... No. Okay, red one into that chest, green to this one, red from there. Okay, cool. Yeah, because this one is now, it's looking at what is being requested. And we're turning into a negative signal everything that we would want, we could want, that is, yeah, what we want, and this one's looking what's actually in here, so we'll, should be then set filters, and should be removing everything that is, there's too much of, pretty much. Whereas this one is also turning a signal negative to make sure that we can, when we request everything for every recipe, we look at what's inside this box, and then the math here, make sure that we don't request anything that's already in there. And this one's doing sort of the inverse of like everything that we have here that is in excess of what we need is now being put inside the active provider chest for the bots to take out. Dog was going wild. Ouch. Watching the stream through me, yeah. And then your stream came in the recommendation. I'm addicted to watching Factorio.
Jamie, LOL.
Hey there, Magnus, SHE. Hope you're doing well. SBM, are you on? Oh, Blackman, I'm not that strong. Just 700, you know. Yeah, Super Fat Hobby is making like super advanced stuff. I'm just like in, well, like you know, like a mega base. I haven't even finished the game properly. I just get caught up in these like design solutions. Like I made my sort of brain for making the RGB colors with maths and signals, and then I realized I could slow them down, and then I got the ratios just right, so on my HSS Profit I've got this quickly flashing wave of RGB lights, which I did just because, well, it's a space casino, so it's got to be gaudy, you know? Can't be too tasteful here. And this here Space Gamba is gambaing along, going quite well. Ooh, it's even heading into be get emptied as well, so that's perfect. It's cool. Glad you like it. The Berk. It was, yes. I'd have the most cutting-edge flagship NVIDIA card, so I'm going to enjoy my CPU-bounded game released in 2013. Exactly, yeah. Another Jamie. That's always, yeah, it's always funny. Good afternoon. I know son of a jet. Yep. Good afternoon, Magnus. That's the most blinged-out spaceship I've seen in Factorio. Oh, it's blinged out as the most blinged-out ship you've seen so far. I like the idea there, and I'm not entirely convinced on the execution just yet, so I'm going to need to add more lights. And I want to try to figure out a logic to like simply react to whenever it actually successfully creates a legendary piece of rock, just because it would be funny to see the lights flash, but I haven't quite figured out how to do that one just yet. Yeah, these aren't needed anymore. This one's here just trying to make legendary great railgun ammo for the hell of it. And Oh, it's steel, copper, and green and red. We could also do that thing. Okay. There you go. I'm really thinking, the bots will take care of it. Try to make more legendary crushers. I don't think I'll need too many. Leave that space for 100 of those. Simply like we have the legendary cargo holder, and I don't think we need more than 200 at a time. Furnaces. Put that also at 200. And tier 2 these. We can go hang out here. So all this starts working again because we got more copper. So more ores came in, and they're okay. Well, the ore's almost completely gone already. These things are super hungry. But it works. And we have legendary tippies. Okay, and the legendary engines are being used by many things. Slowly but surely. The thing is, we're using these to make the legendary things. We don't need that many of them in the end, so that's why the flow through here isn't that important. I have no idea what is going on here, but it looks cool. Thank you, Magnus. I assume the most effective way to get artillery on Novice would be to move materials from volcanoes to Novice instead of sending the pre-made artillery. I made the cannons on Volcanus, and then I sent the cannons, but then I sent the raw materials for making the ammo to Novice though, because the ammo was very difficult and heavy to move from point A to point B, so it's much more efficient to send the raw materials over. Alright, these are doing good. See, already have a whole bunch of legendary crushers here. So now I can look at here where we were doing our crusher gamba, and we can just quite literally undo all of that, because that will free up resources for the bots. Now this way, we're also making a bunch of legendary grabby boys as well. What do you need? You need pretty much the same shit, so we can just do... Let's do it that way. And legendary rockets. See? I got all our legendary ship bits. Wait, now I'm gonna pump a whole bunch of those though. Oh, everything pure legendary. Slowly but surely filling those chests up similarly to this one. This one. Anything else that we need? Yeah, the rocket tiles will be fun, but that one will take some time because we need to make all the legendary pipes. Legendary steel and legendary concrete and legendary processing units. And the engine bits. Which should slowly fill up though. Oh, fuck. Ooh. I finally got the cliff demolishing the explosive. Frees up so much space. Ooh, yep. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I mean, of course, what all do you need to make the... Ah, my eyeball's in pain. Oh, wow. Artillery itself. I mean, yeah. Okay, you only need, like, the tungsten plates, and you can send them in sets of 60. Whereas the rocket capacity is only 5 of these. So it'll be less than... Wait, 5 of these. Well, for the plate, I think it's 250. Oh. Okay, yes, I think the artillery is technically more efficient because it's 300 plates to make 5 turrets. But of course, the concrete and the processing and all that is easier to make here on Volcanus. Whereas the shell only takes 4 tungsten plates and radar scan calcites and explosives. But if you send the calcite and the tungsten, because this one has a rocket capacity of only 10, which would be like 40 tungsten plates. A lot cheaper to send calcite and tungsten over to Novice. Sound like you're in pain? I am in pain a little bit. I think I'm having a migraine. Not doing too hot right now. We need to start figuring out some legendary lasers directly as well. Oh damn, Steam with a migraine? Yeah, but I don't have migraines like, usually people do where it's just pain. My migraines are a bit different in that, similar to, I do believe, like a casual elephant and others have them, where it's more a sense of... Okay, that's very true. This time I am actually in pain. But it's usually more of a sense of losing, like... Wait, you don't have holmium plates? You need to import those anyway. Yeah, but it's more of a it's usually a more like painless migraine, but now it's getting pretty like stabby. And then there's nausea. Often there's sort of the aura, so I lose a part of my field of vision, everything from a small speck to like over half of it. Right now there's a stabbing pain behind my right eyeball. I feel it is deeply unfair. That was such horrifying eyeball pain. I guess there's not really anything to do to really get it. Not as far as I know. I've been like midstream, now I'm just doing it because it's sort of what I would be doing anyway, because of the whole, helps me stay a bit distracted. Oof. Oh wow. All them legendary thrusters, legendary grabby boys, legendary crushers. Ooh. A lot of gamble that we don't need to do anymore. Now I just need to do the same thing, I guess, for my inserters. Got some pump jacks. I don't even need that many anymore. Oh, no. Okay, we sure don't need that many of these. Don't think we need too many of those either. Just think keep on trying. Assume as many components as possible would have to be of the same quality as the thing you're trying to craft. Yep. The logic crazy is, yeah. Hey, but the logic thing worked. It worked really well. But now I'm getting to the point where I can make, because I have the lowest level is legendary, which is the ore itself. And yeah, if you want to make something of a specific quality, every ingredient must be of the same quality, which is why it's such a big deal that I can get large amounts of legendary ores, like the lowest level of the raw material, because then I can just pop those pretty directly into then recipes to just make everything directly into legendary. Now I need to make the ingredient. I think it's making legendary freaking green inserters as well. Maybe lasers. Well, that means legendary batteries. That's doable. How does it work with your coding you do? Oh, with the Gambatron? While having a migraine? Right now, well, the good thing is right now I'm not doing too much of those. But yeah, what is a migraine? It's pain. You just have to live with the pain, I guess. What is this? Oh. Doing your best, I see. A whole bunch of these purples. Oh man. Of course, this thing isn't doing anything because I'm only saving the purples, but I should be saving every quality level. Man, I'm dumb. Oh well, so I guess then this thing could try to gamba forth, and I need to bring some holmium plates in. So Wolf Venus Express. No, you're not going through, but Casino Royale is, so you can. Request for the holmium plate. 1,000 of those. And the Prophet keeps on flying. Doing its best. Now while we're doing this, I think I could do a bit of a... upgrade here. $186. Got 80. Oh, well, next time he comes back, it'll empty out, then we get more copper. All this starts spinning around again. Oh. Rainbow zoom in, please. Yeah. I got to figure it out how to get the RNG machine to always respect the offsets, so we can make it zoom a lot faster. And then, because in this time we have a single, there's a single sort of math thing here per thing. always doing a +0, and that one tick of slowdown allows for the RNG to the RNG to keep flowing just right. Lovely ship. I'm glad you like it. When I get it, sometimes kind of that won't hurt too much. But man, does a brain sludge up somehow. That's very true, Sneebly. That it does. Top of the volcanoes on the way 190. Oh yeah. There you go. Dropped off everything, picked up everything. Now the important thing is that now at least on the front row it's all legendary, which means they process stuff a lot faster. Because that has been the bottleneck. Yeah. The Gaudi RNG casino is Gaudi and the RNG. And the casino keeps casinoing, keeps flying. Just need a speaker to play Scooter or the route, yeah. That would be pretty funny. Well, all in all, it's working okay. I changed the recipe because I was favoring iron ore earlier, but now I'm realizing, yeah, with the way I'm doing it, it's mostly actually copper that's holding me back. So now I'm gonna grab these. Legendary calcite goes through here and becomes legendary stone. Legendary plastic goes through here to legendary LD light low density structure. Now, oh, we actually like the legendary calcite is running out too. Lovely. Gold is hanging out though. Now it's all flowing. Legendary beacons. See, those are capped out. It's fine. Fine.
Stop shrimping streamer, man.
Thank you, Sneebly. Culture, I see. Amazon Scooter. Your dance makes me happy. Your dance is nice. Lovely. But also, like, you know, Sandstorm. How much is the fish? All the good times. I also like good old like 90s pop music. Fun times there as well. Oh. Sometimes that happens. I'm not. A bit odd. Right, because I copy pasted shit. Okay, now the acid is properly flowing through them all. Okay, maybe that's all. But we keep on ending up with all these red chippies because these guys weren't actually functioning correctly. Still got freaking thousands of the legendary blue chippies, so that's nice. Oh. Dude, experienced Scooter live a few years back when they played it. Oh, that's super cool. Good times, I can imagine. Nice. That's amazing. What was it like? Did Baxter still refer to himself as Dave a lot? I think we could start recycling the low density structure here and turn in the legendary plastics into legendary copper and steel, and then the copper could be fed into here, keep this shit spinning for a while. decent amount of steel though, which is nice. $25,000, nice. Alright. All my rocket needs are dealt with. And the cargo base. So what's next? We need to get that stuff into space, I guess. So designing that next ship. Our shipping ship. Oh yeah, we're supposed to look at making legendary inserters or something like directly. We got the plates. We have the plates. Well, these guys have been consuming them. Ooh. And my brain just isn't working right now. I just can't see where to go and what to do. Oh, damn nausea. So we have 5 hours on him. Half that time with the migraine. I think anyone will mind if you call it and get some rest. I mean, that's sort of what I'm thinking about doing here, to be honest. And it's been a 5 90s festival. Scooter was the main reason I went. So it's a lot of 40-year-old jumping around like they were teenagers with glow lights everywhere. Ah, it sounds amazing, man. I didn't notice Max referring to himself as Dave, but I was super hyped up, and it was one of the best live shows I've been to. Yeah, I love the old 90s pop music and the electro music. Good times. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it just because I can't sort of function properly, and I'm getting really nauseous, and I'm just worried about that I might vomit. So, oof, well, sounds good. Gotta get it set up a Google alert to see if they ever do get on the road again. Yeah. But yeah, sorry guys. But sadly, the world said no. But we did get all this done, which is very cool. We got all the legendaries done, which is very cool. We got the lights up on the HSS Prophet. Would be nice for more of those. And now we can make... We have a nice, simple setup for just grabbing all those legendary goodies. So I don't feel better, honey. Hope it clears up soon. Thanks. And yeah, James said, gotta take care of yourself. That is very true. I'm very vocal about telling people to take care of themselves. I'm not very good at taking care of myself. So, but yeah. Yeah, and I shared the blueprint string for the RGB brain in case someone wants that, and I should do the same thing for the Gambitron, but that'll probably have to be tomorrow when I can. So right now I'm gonna go somewhere and just, I don't know, hang out in the dark, lie down, drink some water, and try not to. And see if I can start feeling a little better. We made good progress today. And now that we have the ship parts, now we can start designing. Then, yeah, the next one will be, yeah, the shipping vehicles and the manufacturing for the foundations, because then we had to rescue Fulgora from itself, pretty much. Ship is so massive. Yeah, that's smart. Thank you. Yeah, but it's massive because it has to be, because I want the longest sort of. We have to have a lot of width, so we can like grab as many asteroids as possible. And that's why we need then the legendary crushers, so the throughput just remains constant. So most likely in the end it'll be a similar vibes once we get to the Prometheum science ships. Ship's fantastic, love it. I'm glad you like it. I like the lights. I like how it all worked out. And we're gonna see if we can incorporate those also in other ships, because the shipping ships will be much slimmer. So then you can see the lights along both sides all the time, so you don't have to go all the way to the sides to see them. But hey, thanks everyone. I'm gonna have to save the game. And see who is out and who is about. And see where do we raid. Gotta change the scene. Find the music. Ah, and I'm glad you like the ship. Oh. By the shipney, Mr. Commander Nobody, feel better. Thank you. I will do my best. Take it easy. Now see about feeling a little better. Hope it's time to enjoy some rest. Thank you, another Jamie. Thank you, Cheaplay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the support. Thank you for understanding. Now let's see, where do we raid? What are people doing right now? Walk, drink, eat, and rest. Whatever makes you feel better. I'll do a little bit of everything, yeah. That is definitely the plan. And, oh well, you know what we can do for once? I'm gonna raid freaking Haz Huzzah, another fellow Finnish streamer who's playing Timberborn, doing his beaver adventures. You know, it ain't Factorio, but it's still automation, and you know, there's no one more industrious than I can beaver. So, send you all over there. Slug with the doggos? Absolutely. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same content. We gotta finally get that shipping ship actually done. We have gotten now the legendary production lines all figured out. So that should all work out just fine. Now the Factorio man, although he has weird designs, not the bugs.
Does TTS stay on even after you stop the stream?
I mean, I'll hear it, I guess, but until I turn off the bot. But hey, I haven't stopped the stream yet, so thank you, everyone, and also thank you, everyone over on the YouTube side as well. I appreciate you as well. We're seeing you all around. Ta-ta.